played around and is something to keep in mind.
Something I'm hoping for is that Tusen's threat this game, away from the Alistair, is going to be a step up. In his last game, we counted 3-4 missed headbutt pulverizers. He's actually getting taunted at level 1.
A lot of damage at the very beginning there. Tusen actually very late on the flay, does not trigger Aftershock until after the whole trade happened.
Oof, taunted and spanked right there. The press the attack does pop, large hell trade. On the back end, Kramer, significant damage dealt to Zeyzal as well though, so both of these supports start drinking their health potions early and Svenskeren walks over a ward.
So they know he's on the bottom side. We'll walk by another one. They know he's going to go for the scuttle down here, and we'll see how much of the jungle spirit takes away if we have that blue buff trade we had earlier on in the series, or if he does walk topside and looks for this half-health Ornn.
Yeah, he knows there's no possibility of a counter gank with a Nocturne on the bottom side. One of the scary things about Gragas, your initiation, especially in the early game, is so explosive. Body slam flash is something solo laners complain about so frequently. However, if a Nocturne is there, can deal a lot of damage, especially with them having this year started the trend of taking lethal tempo, huge attack speed on top of your Dustbringer. So Spirit, you can see why he doesn't want to go too aggressive this early. Now they've got full vision of Svenskeren though. This is a great setup for a Freak of Freaks and Spirit.
Let's see who can roam down, because Spirit knows where he is, but that ward will not spot into the brush. That barrel will, though, misses the body slam, gets the smite though, and Spirit has a blue, but now the fear is there, and Svenskeren wants to chase. And how about the roams down? Ornn's coming over, and Lysandre has first dibs as well. Spirit may have just killed himself sitting by the wall. He's close to getting Sven low, but the solo kill may come through. Will they hand the buffs off? What a spell shield! First blood for Svenskeren.
Told you not to underestimate the lethal tempo auto attack damage coming out of Nocturne early, and Svenskeren just wails on him after that blue buff is stolen.
It's a PSA to all the junglers out there, never leave home without priority. If you invade without priority, the Ornn comes first, and Lysandre goes to bot lane.
And with Ignite on, this is a big trade on a Tusen. Now sneaks out a flash away, he cleanses out, nice! Flash forward by Kramer, finds himself the kill, and now Zeyzal has to run, has to flash out as well. 4 summoners missing for C9.
And a light at the end of the tunnel here for a Freak of Freaks. As soon as it starts to go bad and Spirit dies, immediate answer here from Kramer on the bottom side. Tusen gets his Ignite off, flashes out, doesn't die, and they find the kill onto Sneaky in the 2-on-2.
And will they finally, with this Varus Thresh lane, have some control around that duo lane that so far has been a black mark for a Freak of Freaks in a series that so far has gone very far away from them. They need pressure points and they can't rely on their jungler, who's a bit tail between his legs after giving up first blood.
And that pressure point could easily be there in the bottom lane. Now temporarily 6 CS up, and a Freak of Freaks up 700 gold. A taunt to the mid lane, but Kuro has no mana to keep trading with, so out he goes as Jensen tries to force him into a bad recall.
I will also mention, as we take a look at this replay, we'll go through this one first and see how it all started. Hook there from Tusen onto Zeyzal, but then he decides to take the fight into the Aftershock already proc with Ignite down. Kramer, no hesitation, flashes forward, finds home with the arrow, strikes true, and finds the first blood.
Really smart by Kramer. When they engage on your tank support, hit the enemy marksman. He will die faster, and with that choice, blew through all of C9 summoners, including the cleanse for Sneaky, and got that kill picked up.
I will say that for the top side, even though Spirit did die, Svenskeren didn't immediately get to go path up to try and keep this gangplank honest. So Keen has been farming away with his Klepto, pushing the Ornn close to the turret. And he is farming up. That is definitely going to be a quick level 6 here coming in from these top laners. Both of those level 6s are going to be very big for possibly be creating plays on the map elsewhere.
And Keen was probably our best gangplank over in Korea. Still played this when it was out of meta for most. Usually you see the defense tree, but because it's against an Ornn, he's feeling strong enough to just take Kleptomancy in the lane, open up a gold advantage, and now the ultimate is available. And Svenskeren still level 5 and only just pinging that level 5.
Spirit walks down to the bottom side. Svenskeren's nearby. 5 for both of these junglers. There's Predator. They know Spirit is here. This could be a re-gank, though. In the 3-on-3, what is the fight going to go? Nice bit of CC on the Svenskeren. The ult in for Gangplank as well. Has to flash the wall and turn the lights out. Nearly landing that Q was Kramer.
Yep, that's the cross-map ultimates from top laners we are looking for. Immediately used. Jensen actually, they did aggro the dragon. He jumps right back out with the claw, though.
Notice that both the teleports have been popped. Of course, Keen went back to lane to get his Sheen. Licorice just teleported back now as well to refill his health and mana bar. So Licorice will not join the bottom lane to join any fights again, but Keen will have the ult up again in just a couple of minutes.
Honestly, keep your eyes on that bottom lane. The supports are low health early on in the game. They both blew their flashes, and Nocturne approaching the level 6. Spirit has already got his eyes down there, though, and he's coming through a lane gank. Control ward down. They know that C9 cannot account for his placement yet.
C9 must play safely. They don't have good ways out. Cleanse up soon for Sneaky. That might be a saving grace into a hook. Looking for this one is Tucson.
Galio Ultimate is also available for a Freak of Freaks if they want to commit very hard. You can see a movement from Kuro from the mid lane, but here comes Svenskeren.
Sven6 lights are out, taunt on a Thresh, pops right away. A 3v2 in the fight as they go for the Sun and Azazel, and he will get traded. Now it's time for Kramer to take attacks, and he's going to be burning low, and Gragas is about to be in range for the ulti, so if they chase too hard on Spirit, Galio can turn it. A 1-for-1 either way as both supports have dropped.
The level 6 there, so key for the side of C9, able to get that advantage where Spirit a bit of a passenger. Mid laners don't join, a 1-for-1.
Yeah, both teams with the exact same idea. They did keep their eyes on the supports. Flashes not available, and they both go down. Gold traded fairly evenly.
I think Afrika was surprised that Nocturne was level 6 when their jungler, who had mainline camps, was still at level 5, and that seemed to be the initial surprise. Especially supports, like you mentioned earlier, do go down. And now the reset happens with the map state pretty even, all things considered.
And speaking of map state, the kills are on Kramer. Afrika, their biggest weak point was arguably the bottom lane, as they could not handle the Lucian lane. This time around, both kills and a farm lead. This Varus could be the one to take the game to the lane.
Kramer was also the one who stepped up in a huge way for Afrika Freaks in their change from week 1 of groups to going 3-0 on the second week of group.
And also he stepped up for the team in the playoff gauntlet because he wasn't playing in the regular season. Aiming was preferred for the vast majority of the season. Ironically, when we actually got to the finals gauntlet on the way to that overall grand final that Afrika dropped out in the semifinal, when Kramer entered the team in that gauntlet, he had never played 2v2 as an AD carry in summer. He'd only been playing Gangplank and other quarter mages in the bot lane. He hadn't been playing the new assignment of the 2v2 marksman, and he's been able to step up in a big way. He's going to be relied on in this game until Keen is ready to go.
And interesting here, this wave clear from Keen. I think he was expecting the Nocturne follow through, and double level 6, of course, that can be scary against him. So burning the ult to get rid of the minion wave and not be dove there. Keen's going to stay safe, but now the ulti is down and relieves some pressure on that C9 duo bot.
That's one of the small things that sometimes will go unnoticed, but I think is incredibly important. Just these players cautioning against the possibility of big plays like that. You mentioned it's a almost triple stacked wave there worth of minions. If as a top laner you get dove and lose out on that much experience, it is catastrophic. So he plays it safe, uses, yes, his global ultimate to clear it, and that is a cost, but I think does cover a worthy possible negative outcome.
Ooh, there's going to be an outcome now in this jungle, as that was a potential 2-on-2. Spirit waiting around. They know he's there. They saw his barrel. The Svenskeren sitting on a ward now knows he was spotted. C9 sitting in the river. They had temporarily bot lane pressure. They got to do this again, though. Otherwise, Afrika can answer first. Hook's not quite going to land there. And it's again pressure for the bot lane and then pressure for the blue buff as the mid laners trade blows back and forth. Right now, it's Afrika backing up. Nice little bit of hit there, and the Thresh is on the way to make sure Gragas can stay safe. And we continue to watch as the wave is pushed in and C9 rejoins. Back and forth they go, and now Kramer will sacrifice farm under the turret to play for a blue buff. And this is now in the brush, and this will go cleanly over, and Afrika will indeed get their blue without much issue.
We need to watch lane spacing and bot pretty extensively. Is Keen going to sidestep the stun?
But he's slowed, and there's going to be a lot of damage on him, down to 700, 800 HP. Licorice with an ult from Svenskeren actually might have enough damage to kill off Keen.
Do you have to be a little bit more cautious when you're playing Gangplank with Klepto rather than Grass? Bottom lane!
Big ult, they're going to find the root now. Also on a sneaky as well. Big damage, and Azazel's going to stay alive. Flashing just in time. And the flash maybe a little bit late, but now the answer on the backside. The flash, the heal to stay alive, just barely. He's going to stay up in this one, but now the Shen keeping a teammate in, but that hook was beautiful. And he's answering for his sins in the first 2 games. Tucson finds 2 more kills for the squad. Another play, sneaky. He's got to be careful, 1v3. Cannot quite find the answer. Flashing away. Oh, this should be enough. Watch out for the lantern. And now the top side, the fights just keep on happening. Sneaky cannot join this just yet. The slow end of Kramer, the Q's going to find one in the top lane. They've got damage to the key, but he's staying alive. side. 2 for 1 in the bottom lane, and Freaka comes out ahead.
Oh, what a heal bait from Kramer. It baits Svenskeren to take the Paranoid in on Nocturne, and Freaka actually come out with more kills, but Sneaky fights his way 1v3 back to get 1 kill for Cloud9.
It was so close to a triple kill 1v3 for the Lucian, unable to mana bar and just in general the kite back stop it, but that could have been a bonanza for Sneaky.
Big plays from both of those marksmen. Let's take another look at this one. All right, the initiation starts out with the supports, again, as primary target. Nice ultimate there from Kramer to start it off. They follow it up. Zeyzal expects the flax to come through, so he does a good job avoiding it. But then Svenskeren almost one-shots Kramer. Not close enough, though, and Kramer can still add damage. Right there, the Zhonya's allows Svenskeren to get picked up, and now it is Sneaky 1v3.
And if he's full mana here, maybe he can actually kite forward level 9 and got this sort of cooldown. Lovely flash away from Spirit. He has to use the stasis. They do get him out, but Sneaky knows he can continue to go forward because Tucson and Spirit are completely out of this fight.
What a dash right there, too. I believe he was able to get across that territory before the hail of arrows lands. No slow applied to find that answer kill and take down Kramer. I believe that was after all the kills for Kramer had come through, so it was also a shutdown.
Yep.
And he gets the bonus gold in his efforts in the 1v3.
Several extra gold picked up there, a couple hundred for that. And we now look back at a very equal game state. 2,100 gold apiece, but the Ocean Drake gives Freaka better laning and better answers at the end of a team fight if they need to roam around. Sneaky finding some more poke, but Spirit is right there and playing up on the edge, the precipice of death. If Gragas goes in for the play, he does have the ultimate.
Spirit is sacking camps to make this play. You see the question mark ping. They should be suspecting this because Raptors is not being cleared by the Gragas in quite a while.
This is one of the hardest camps I have seen put up at Worlds.
I think that actually lets them know.
Yeah,
It ended early.
Spirit's tent catching fire, gonna have to leave. During that whole time, Svenskeren was farming topside. Here we go, another Licorice move.
They're gonna find a bit of damage into Keen. Still pops heal. Nocturne's gonna go in for as well. The lights are out, and the stopwatch buys a few seconds, but is it gonna buy enough? As Licorice has to get away from the turret. He's close to dying. He's gotta watch out for this one. A barrel drain from Keen. He gets the kill in the 1v2.
It's so important they salvaged that play. Great map read by Cloud9, but the stasis into turn was too big by the GP.
Individual outplays, these players on the world stage coming up huge. Sneaky finds a kill in the 1v3. King strikes back 1v2. King's Licorice.
Really beautiful stuff right now. 800 gold lead for Freaka. A bit of a respite though, the blue handed off to Jensen. He has not gotten around the map just yet. You talk about mid lane matchups, how volatile they've been. Jensen smashed game 1, Kuro smashed game 2. This one a bit more equal. It's been about the side lanes as now they TP in and look for Keen one more time. He does have the flash though. He could get away. That's gonna be a spell shield. Now to answer back. The auto's not gonna be much. He's feared. The flash over the wall. A nice escape by Keen.
That is the Keen we know and love. He needs to be big here, but the bot lane is backing him up in this game. I love the passage of play we saw topside because they read that the Gragas could be bot. The Gragas is back bot, but this time he only wants the turret.
Yeah, it's amazing that Keen is dealing with this pressure. He's absorbing the Cloud9 jungler's time. Meanwhile, Spirit being bottom, they don't get a kill on the C9 duo, but they almost take the turret.
Getting very low, and that's going to be another 800 gold that would go into Freaka on top of the 700 they already have, and certainly this one will fall as Spirit is still within earshot. And they're going to give this gold all over to Kramer. 3-1, 600 gold more in his favor. Svenskeren can only try to answer the Herald somewhere else.
And these passages of plays are why Keen was rated so high in the top 20. He's putting in a carry level performance with no backup. His jungler has only been bottom side almost the entire game. And to be able to do that while absorbing a camp is the sort of trademark for this guy who lit up the LCK in 2018.
Potentially even the reason Freaka are even here. A 5th place finisher, 4 splits in a row. They switched out the lineup before the last year, still ended up in 5th place, and then Keen comes in, replaces Marin of all players, and suddenly a silver medal in their very first split with this player on the lineup. And now looking at a reverse sweep to keep all of Korea's hopes alive. The host nation are about to potentially, for the first time at Worlds, lose all their teams in the top 8.
And Sneaky here on the Lucian, 3 games in a row. You can tell that Freaka Freaks identified this as one of the biggest problems. And with that, they have had Spirit constantly down to the bottom side.
If you have a nickname or a title you don't like, maybe you just take it on, and Sneaky in lane is becoming a positive meme in this particular game. He's dominated to the point where they've required an extensive jungle camp, and he still exits the lane with a CS advantage.
Even 2 kills to his credit as well, so really kudos to him for stepping up. The longest standing member of C9, an almost unbroken streak of starts at the beginning of Summer Split. He was out for a few weeks, and they decided they needed him back in, and he's once again bringing Cloud9. This is his 5th quarterfinal at Worlds, but he has always fallen since back in 2013 when he first showed up on the world stage. Has never made it through the BO5. Now 2-0 up is probably their closest chance at doing so. But of course, still a lot up in the air. Afrika Freaks up, still 1,700 gold in this game. And as non-trivial at this point in the game, there's finally a turret answered as C9 knocked down top lane outer. And we're getting a little bit closer. That hook almost lands there. 4 in the top lane for Afrika. They will not quite get that next Herald charge, and down it goes.
4-man defense here means the C9 can't outnumber and dive. Afrika showing a lot of respect. All Afrika's getting on the map is GP farm though, and C9 with the Nocturnal, with the Channel, can always look for a turn.
A lot of fights over the wards in this Tribe Rush going down. Nobody leaving yet, so it's still 6 members on the top side. And you can see on your mini-map, all 5 now of Afrika Freaks heading up there. 2 global ultimates at their disposal. This might be it.
That's going to go wide. Those A's are walking just the max distance away. Sneaky backing up. They're going to look maybe at mid instead, but with reinforcement coming down, that's a nice route for Jensen. Gets away from the chance for Kuro to go in.
Both these mid laners taking aftershocks, so in short skirmishes, they do very little damage to each other. That one was about facilitating a gank, but not going to happen. On the side of Afrika Freaks, they back away as Licorice puts together another item and just wants to force the GP to come to his lane.
Very little bit of farm will be dropped there, maybe 1 or 2 melee minions. The cannon will hold enough time that it's not an issue. Licorice wards to make sure he's not getting ganked just yet, as Gragas is coming down to this side of the map, but Keen gonna get most of this farm. That's pretty beautiful to watch. Trinity Force plus a barrel is always free money, and it's indeed plus 14 CS in the top lane.
Yeah, one thing that will not be free is this Infernal Drake. As Afrika Freaks have said, everybody down to the bottom side, as have Cloud9. Trailing through the river now. They do have 1 ward here to see the midsection, but we can easily have ultimates going off in quick succession.
And Cloud9 are first to clear out the mid lane, so they do have a little bit of time of first dibs to get back down towards the river. Kuro, sacrifice farm. Here comes Yosa going for the dive right away. Who's going to go down first? Giant knockouts, and it is Keen. A lot of the gold is gone already, and Sven Skarin stays alive as the 2-for-0 comes through. C9 win that fight, and Kuro only gets a taunt on a tank. That's not going to mean much. Kramer, what can he do for the squad as his tanks are falling? His teammates are dropping. They're forced to run away. It's a clean take on the Drake, and C9 go back to mid as well.
Licorice gets hooked in though. Here we go.
He's got to be careful. What a fly out of Tucson! And Kuro fighting against Sneaky as well. Battles back and forth. Jensen goes down, a kill on the backside of the fight. And will there be more? Will there be a snipe for Kramer as Sneaky runs, has to flash away from the hook?
Flash hook for flash hook, it ends up being the trade. Kramer was zoned out of damage almost the entire fight. With Keen going down, it was so hard for Afrika to win.
Kramer is king of the hill right now. He's the highest health member left after that team fight, and Afrika Freaks starting up this dragon. Controller goes down, and the map goes dark.
Licorice gonna stay on the map. No ult for over a minute, or about a minute here. Svenskeren winning around, similar cooldown for him. Now 3 there. The rest of the teams are collapsing. Keen cannot join right away, but he might try. And then once again, we look for the smites. They're up on both sides. Here comes TPs. Hook's not going to land. Here comes the rest of the squad. This will be another 5-on-5 as they're all going to rejoin. And the Dragon resets, but Sneaky is low. They've got to respect this. That snipe for Kramer. It's his 5th kill of the game. And Tucson's on the hunt. The battle for the Drake. Sven Skarin gets it, but loses his life as more kills come through. 3-for-0 to Afrika with Baron alive.
And they can run straight to it, Freak. 20.5 minutes into this game, Afrika Freaks have the Ocean Drake regenerating their health bars, and they're starting it up.
As a group 5, they have very good Baron damage and very good Baron turn. This should definitely be theirs. Only Lissandra and now the Ornn could contest.
Teleport is being used. What are Cloud9 gonna do about it? Jensen can go in and self-ult to buy time, but it would be almost the last case.
They're gonna try, they're gonna dive into the pit, plenty of damage available, but will they even stop the Baron as the smite? Oh, he gets the kill on the juggler! Who's gonna get it?
Oh!
You gotta be kidding me! Licorice solo carrying this game! There's still 2 kills for Afrika, but can you believe that Baron steal?
Your Spring Split North American LCS Rookie of the Split on Ornn. comes in, takes the Baron and takes the jungler's life. What an incredible play!
And they're gonna find another on the back end. A shutdown for Svenskeren. They had so much hope of Frika, and it just got shattered.
This is the hopelessness that Afrika has to deal with, that the LCK is getting used to. They're going to keep pushing through the mid lane and blow open the gold lane.
Are you kidding me right now?
Absolutely unbelievable turn of events, but we have to settle down because there is so much more game to play. Afrika need to not be tilted. This game is only 1,000 gold apart. This replay brought to you by Ace of Predator.
But this is just a pure donation. There's no unsealed spellbook to smite away. They get a lot of damage onto Spirit, and look at how Licorice assassinates him in the back line. And when it comes to this play, all the cannonballs are coming in. Kramer turns onto Licorice. If you're watching, Licorice waits, he waits, and then at 16 HP,
he just punches
the Baron.
He punched the Baron. What can't Licorice do?
I don't have an answer for you, Freak.
This world has been full of incredible moments. Another one has just taken place, and now we are left with Cloud9 facing a victory in Game 3 with Baron buff. Afrika Freaks, it is now or never.
This could be a historic moment in League of Legends esports. Korea has not missed a semifinal ever. They have not missed a final ever in any Worlds they've been invited to. North America hasn't made it since 2011, the very first Worlds, in C9 with the gold lead, and Baron could be the first semifinalist team since the very first World Championship from North America.
It's all decisive, and it's been a decisive victory so far for C9, and hard to answer any of those facts with any counterpoints, Freak. C9 have been the better squad on the day. They've been clutch as well, but here we go. Jen's going to be rooted up.
Be really big, and he's forced to self-ult. That's actually at least a cooldown missing, and that's going to be nothing for the Ornn. But look at the backline. Keen, he's running out of health, but he gets the oranges, and he gets support from Spirit. Mid lane tier 2 falls, but nothing else for C9 to grab. They will have to disengage. Afrika just need to weather this storm and wait for their late game. They're already on 2 items for Kramer.
Siege is very short range from the side of C9, so they need something like the Ornn ultimate to zone away. That time it's not enough. They can back away. Baron buff power play, as you can see in the top right of your screen, is the better part of 5,000 gold.
Cloud9 need to reset after that fight. So many ultimates flown. With all of this gold they got from the Baron push, they will come back with completed items, looking to get inside of the Afrika Freaks base.
How does the Afrika Freaks leverage anything out of their biggest asset, which is still Kramer at this point in the game? The Nocturne, the Lissandra, they have one job, and that's to shut him down and zone him away from damage. Yes, if you have time, Rage Blade and Blade the Ruin King stacks up, but actually leveraging DPS, that's actually getting in relevant auto attacks when so many people can target towards you and shut you down, is going to be nigh on impossible for Kramer, barring a full team fight reset after something like the Ornn ultimate and the Nocturne ultimate.
I do think he has the tools. Gragas, Galio, these are great reset buttons to keep the dive from happening. You can see him going towards more armor. Ninja Tabby plus that Chain Vest. Svenskeren may not have the damage to kill him off. Kramer can still do the 1v5 team fighting. And Keen, similarly, so much gold on this Gangplank. The damage is there. The team fights can be done for Afrika.
One counterpoint I'll say is I can't remember a meaningful Galio ultimate in this game. Once again, it feels like one of those games where if you fall behind against Nocturne as a Galio comp, the Galio ult, more often than not, is available after a team fight.
So much of this game has been bottom lane and top lane, constant fighting, creating plays for each other. And now we have the Baron buff timing out. So Afrika Freaks a small window to try and get some vision at least back for themselves to set up that possible counterplay, the possible comeback.
And if the comeback does happen, they've got a lot of standing turret gold left to grab. Only a single outer is gone, so 1,000 easily reached gold from top and mid outer turrets can be there if the tide does swing. If it ebbs and flows the other way, we'll wait to see. Still, 3,000 gold separates these squads. C9 are in the driver's seat. They do have the tools they need.
But it's hard to demonstrate how hard it is for either Keen or Koro to hit a side lane and farm because you have to contend with Nocturne ult, the Lissandra teleport, Shen ult, going for a 1-3-1, even farming side lanes is hard. That's why they're in an ARAM position, even though you'd usually consider Afrika as a 1-3-1 team with this comp.
And here comes the Ornhorn. Could this be the signal of the end? A giant knock of a dive to the back line. Huge crowd control, but no one's dead yet. They finally get Spirit. A 1-for-0. Galio shows back up. Licorice gets a shield. So far, it's still the 5v4. They're re-engaged. A 4-person rout! And they've got one, but Jensen falls. Another kill in for Afrika. They're firing back. A hook on Orn. Sneaky forced to run. Sniped. Down by Kramer. Afrika win the fight.
With everything looking against them, Afrika Freaks stand tall. They fight off Cloud9, and now they can push back.
That was the team fight they were looking for, where they could actually disengage and turn with Kramer. He goes down out of his Guardian Angel, but the mid lane turret goes down, and maybe Afrika Freaks have some life left in this best of 5.
9 kills on a Varus. The Guardian Angel was popped, and they have map control. This Mountain Drake is free. Some time to farm as well. C9 have to lick their wounds, reset, and try again during that cooldown, but the lead shrinks to 1,500.
Not much time on that clock either, because Baron is about to arrive. 30 seconds from the beginning of this replay.
Remember what we identified. How can you leverage your damage because of the initiation here? The initiation is strong, but at the tail end of the Nocturnal, the Galio comes in, and suddenly Kramer and King can fight front to back.
So much AoE coming out from Keen. That Gangplank ultimate doing a good job of also zoning Sneaky out of the Cloud9 setup there, so he didn't get to put a lot of damage through, even though the setup was very big, and Afrika Freaks come out just when they need it.
So on the reset map, a 1,400 gold difference, and Afrika have a Mountain Drake and the ability to absolutely eviscerate that Baron with one good rotation. Licorice on the bottom lane, just pushing in, splitting. He has teleport and he has an ultimate. Afrika, though, playing provision control around this river. They know that if they play it right, they can win the next team fight. Quick Silver Sash, done for Kramer as well. Get away from big taunts or a big stun. He's itemized, though, for utility, not just the straight-up damage output. His frontline killing is not incredible. Licorice can maybe survive him as he builds towards the Warmogs.
And he flashed aggressively, and now he has to deal with the consequences of that against Orin Lysandra Shen in the next fight. And that's not even including the Nocturne, who doesn't have a Guardian Angel to power through. So it's even more tricky for Kramer to position in the next fight.
Every flash on Cloud9 blown in that team fight. And those will also be a liability if something sparks here in the red quadrant of the jungle. Everyone walking on tiptoes right now. Yeah.
C9 given the space, though, to play for control. Licorice is the tank at the front line. They're going right now into the back line. It's low for Keen, but he's going to stay alive. Ornhorn calls, and they're going to find a knockup. Will they get any kills? That Spirit gone already. Jensen finds the back line. Looking for Tushin, he's low. Looking for Kramer. He's under 100. No kills just yet, just the one. And Tushin's walking away. Sneaky finally finds the second 5v3 for Cloud9.
They've done it! Cloud9 now have a free path to Baron. They've taken down the Afrika Freaks jungler as well as the supports. What will the response be?
The response can be a very large barrel chain. Keep in mind, explosive damage is still here. The tools for Afrika to stop this, like C9 did 8 minutes ago, are still there.
We've already seen one miracle around Baron. This Baron, about 8,000 health, is going down fast.
Jensen will TV back in after the home guard. This could be a 5v3 to decide the series. Keen's gonna be on top of them all, looking for the taunt in the front line. Barrels do good damage. Svenskaren's on death's door. GA is popped and Kuro buys time. No deaths yet for Afrika. Sneaky goes forward, cannot find that kill. Baron means big damage. Svenskaren's a Q away from death. The barrel could be it as well. What a stop for Afrika.
Again, Afrika on the edge. 3-man defense of the Baron pit. They stop Cloud9, force them back to heal, and now they have control.
Getting at that point of the game where those barrels are orbital nukes, they back away, and now Afrika Freaks turn on Baron. There's their TP. How will C9 respond?
They're trying to rush it down. C9 do have tools pretty soon. The flash forward, but it gets Jensen to safety. The cask is not in time, and that might force a disengage. Kramer chunk low.
What a clutch play from Jensen
Licorice
there.
has ult. Will they go for this one? They're letting Afrika walk away so far, just playing for vision.
Spirit looking for the big play to close it out and secure that comeback, but he cannot find it onto Jensen.
Deep breaths, guys. We do not see a Baron taken there. No massive team fight victory. We have to reassess the map state. There's good control wards around the Baron from both teams. C9 gonna go and do their chores, pick up some minion waves, farm it out, but the next Baron should decide the victor of game number 3.
And those chores could be plenty. There's an extra tool in Afrika's toolbox. They have TP on Keen. Neither C9 solo laner does. So now there is actually that chance to make split push unanswerable.
This world has certainly been a test for my heart. So many games coming down to such slim margins. So many upsets coming through. And now, Afrika Freaks will try once more to take back Vision over the Baron pit.
Sneaky a bit low. They're hatching a ward. Korea in the mid lane. The rest of the team is nearby. This could be yet another fight to determine it all. Good poke out of Keen. Sneaky at half is dangerous. He needs the lifesteal off this, and they're going to let him.
Important note, Guardian Angel back up on the Varus. 5 minutes has elapsed since the last big fight. Does allow him to position a bit more aggressively. Summoners also returning on both sides.
And a stopwatch picked up for Kramer. He is incredibly hard to dive. C9 have been looking for backline access. They've been mostly rewarded. This one might not work well. Hook forward, not going to land here. Predator was popped, not going to find that engage either. Svenskeren waiting. Here comes Seal yet again. C9 want in. They're going to look for it, and they're going to find one towards Keen. He's running away, but he's been shut down. 5v4 yet again. Lissandra buys space. Sneaky cutting away. The fight resumes now, and it's going to be looking for Curl. He's shut down as well. 5v3, and Afrika's bottom side have to run away.
They can move as 5.
Yeah, 5 members of Cloud9, the pride of North America, will rise to meet their destiny inside Afrika's base.
And they're going to go for the first turret. They're going to try to be the first team ever in 7 years to make a semifinal from North America. The inhibitor falls, and C9 says the best way to win is to go towards Baron.
Inhibitor down. Now they can retreat back to their vision control. Afrika Freaks will have time for their solo laners to get back up, though. It's not over yet.
C9 going to go for the full reset. Instead, they're going to recall everybody, buy items, get their health bars back to full. We will have another team fight to determine who might win this game.
I don't know if you two are going to survive this one, but I can understand why we're seeing fights like this to go one way than the other. The seesaw is continual. This time, notice that one of the tanks and one of the threats are separated from the other 3. Afrika kite upwards, and that means that Kuro and Keen leverage their health bar for North.
Great shot calling from Cloud9. Jensen, as you mentioned on the Lissandra, #1 duty zoning this team fight. Sections off Keen from the rest of the squad. Licorice and Svenskeren collapse immediately on to that late game carry and remove the threat.
And we were wondering about the full reset. Consider the items that were complete. The biggest one, the Infinity Edge onto Lucian. We've talked about how it feels like Kramer has another tool again and again to repel the engage. He hasn't bought a damage item since he finished the Guardian Angel about 8 minutes ago. He bought a QSS. He also now has a stopwatch, but his damage profile is mixed at best, whereas Sneaky is all in on tank busting.
Infinity is definitely good for that, but these busts may be harder as now Keen has Guardian Angel as well. It's been C9 going for assassinations, and they might be running out of targets. We're still in a very close one only. 4,500 gold separates the teams. That is pocket change based on performance in the actual fight itself.
Guardian Angels active on Kramer and Keen. This provides a tremendous amount of an advantage for the next team fight. Svenskeren is still on cooldown here for Cloud9. They do not want the heart. Oh, they're going for it!
Oh, what a hook by Tushin! They're going to find the way in, though. The Oran's going to come across, and the knockups are there. Is this the fight? It's 2 for 0, and the Guardian Angels are popped. This could well be it. Look at them clean up the map, and the last vestige of Korea has been destroyed. Cloud9 will make it to the semifinals. A 3-0 sweep. The first time in 7 years. Cloud9 in the top 4 at Worlds.
North America has dared to dream for many, many years. 2011, 7 years since they pushed forward. Cloud9 so often tasked with making it to this moment and moving forward and coming up short again and again. This was the big moment for them, and I can see it worn on everyone's faces that Cloud9 deserve this victory, and also the manner in which they get it. A 3-0 over Afrika Freaks. The true example, the epitome of the reality. The meme is dead. The gap is closed. Korea's not at the front. In fact, they are behind the EULCS, the NALCS, and the LPL as they are fully eliminated from Worlds 2018.
Papa Smithy, even with the way that Worlds has gone this year, as a North American fan, you see it happening to everyone else.
Yeah.
Europe gets their upset. The LPL gets their upset. And finally, North America gets their upset.
And we'll see more of them next week. Fnatic and Edward Gaming battle for the right to see who will challenge Cloud9 for a spot in the finals.
People always come to me and talked about my Korean bias, Korean caster, but honestly, the truth of it all, as you guys know, is I was always biased towards the best League of Legends, and that was so often played by the Korean teams. They innovated the meta for so many years, but this year, as recently as summer, I kept feeling like we were behind, that we were too slow, that the teams around the world could exploit, and this tournament is the vindication of that belief. Korea played Korea's game, the world innovated a new world game, and now we can see the results of that. You reap what you sow, and that means that the LCS regions and the LPL are just too damn good.
Incredible performance, Cloud9, probably the most aggressive North American team, and they have made it the farthest at Worlds. Beautiful performance there, and for a breakdown on this historic moment, let's hand it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Freak.
Yes!
They've done it. We got it.
Where are your party poppers? You got it for this moment.
Where's Mark Z when you need him for an NA victory, man?
Dash.
Cloud9 3-0 to the semifinals.
Yeah, and you know, that game was close. But when people look back at this series, they will see a 3-0, and they'll see all the historic things that happened. It's been happening throughout this World Championship. We just weren't ready to finally say it. But
true.
Korea didn't even make the semifinals.
They're out.
For so long, Korea, and then the gap, and then everyone else. And now we've had an EU team, a Chinese team, and a North American team qualify for the semifinals, and every Korean team is out.
And none of them, so go ahead.
They went through the Korean teams. That's the big thing. This wasn't the LCK cannibalizing itself. There is merit that all three regions went through at least one Korean team to get their spot.
And for so long, I feel like you, at least as an NA fan, you weren't allowed to get excited because eventually they would meet their maker in a best-of-5 against Korean, and they would be proven to be inferior.
Get excited, Jat.
That's not true.
Yeah, we can get excited. Now,
You're allowed to get excited.
Even in that third game, we were still like, don't, no one get out of their chairs just yet. Wait till the Nexus explodes, and then it happens. And what I think is most fascinating to me is the fact that this isn't an inexperienced roster. You've got Licorice in the top lane in his rookie season. You got Zeyzal in his rookie season in the bot lane. Yes, you have veterans across the board. Sneaky, one of the most veteran players to hit a world stage in terms of the number of games he's played at that level. But every single one of them stepped up across the board in some way or another to put this 3-0 together.
It's about this idea of default to trust. At one point, North America had to just lean back, accept the trust fall, accept that Jensen is finally going to show up in a clutch moment, accept that North America actually has good rookie talent. You don't just need to buy everything, import it in, and face your superstars. Your superstars dropped out in groups, and Cloud9 took you all the way with 2 rookies.
And North America have done it. They have that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. They managed to make their first semifinal, like, in the last 7 years, I believe Freak was saying.
Since the format happened, technically, there was a semifinalist in 2011 for North America.
And the thing about this, right, is for so long, you know, it's been said about regions like Europe, like, oh, the rookies come in, why don't North America do this? Why don't they import more talent? And the argument has always been there is no talent in North America. It can't compete with the rest of the world. And with this team, they had 3 rookies that got them from 10th place to the final of the NALCS. They fought their way through the play-ins, a play-ins that they almost lost. They got out of the group of death, and then they take down a Freak of Freaks, the remaining LCK team, in a 3-0.
And they've done it in a way that I believe will silence a lot of critics. Even while watching C9 succeed, people are still throwing out the memes. Sneaky in lane. Well, guess what? This series itself became ridiculously bot lane focused for the way that we were teasing it to begin with. Afrika going back to that bot lane repeatedly to try and punish Sneaky and Zeyzal in lane.
I've never seen a camp like this.
Yeah.
This was a straight vacation.
35% jungle proximity for Spirit. So that means he spent 35% of his time from 3 to 15 minutes within 1,500 units of his bot lane. As a comparison, Uzi yesterday got a 12% jungle proximity across the series. 3 times more camp in this game.
I mean, it forced Sven to have to respond to find a couple trades like this.
And the thing about it is, Sneaky was even running cleanse in this matchup, which made it so much harder for him as well.
Yeah.
They couldn't come out ahead in those 2 versus 2s. There were opportunities for Kramer to get these outplays, and admittedly, Kramer had a fantastic game. He was the reason why Afrika was still punching out extremely hard in these later game fights.
So close to a triple here. So close to a triple.
But it was, at the end of the day, Sneaky having the best series that he's had at Worlds. And the guy, after receiving so much criticism, after just straight up losing lane against Uzi, after being one of the weakest points in the group stages, completely turned it around and has brought Cloud9 to their first semifinal.
As you said, though, Jet, this was the closest of the 3 games in this series, and there were quite a few moments where we're holding our breath, in particular, the Baron, where Licorice comes up big with a steal. 2v5. Ornn and Lissandra against the world.
Bless Licorice right here. First off, this is coming off a disastrous dragon fight where they stole Infernal Drake. Here, watch Kramer attacking the Licorice, but not attacking the Baron. And then the hammer of Ornn gets the last hit. They nearly pick up the ace afterwards, but the Baron will be an acceptable consolation prize, as well as the 3-0 for the series.
What a way to win a game. What a way to win a game.
Sorry, yeah, I'm still, you know, in my own space a little bit. Let's roll through the rest of the fights, because that was not the end of the game. There were at least 5 more team fights.
And what was funny about it was all 4 of us were sitting in front of one of the screens just yelling, "You need to get Kramer! Get Kramer! Get it!" And then they couldn't quite find that final kill. They're like, oh, they got his GA, but he's still alive, he's still alive. And this was one of the fights where they split the team apart and they didn't even try to fight Kramer, but then this final one is where C9 found it all.
And I just love the idea that when they had the windows to play around the stopwatch, the GAs, that's when Cloud9 understood what target selection to have. You know, when Varus' GA was down, they went for Varus. When Varus' GA was up, they went for the Gangplank. Suddenly, this fight, you have both GA on GP and Varus, and yet they still get it done because of crisp, clean Ornn ults from Licorice. His ults were incredible for all of those team fights.
And mad props to Jensen as well. The way he utilized this Lissandra in fights was fantastic. Multi-man routes with the W, his ultimate being used at just the right time. He's had a fantastic series. His Ari game was meh, but he had a fantastic series. But overall...
I know what you're talking about, Veddy. That Ari pick is going to go down into history.
Very impressed.
Greatest game 2 in the history of Worlds was the Ari pick in the mid lane. MasterCard player of the game going to Licorice for the Ornn play. Hard to ignore the Baron steal, as well as Frost mentioned, the insane engages time and time again.
Top 4 top laner meet Licorice, North American rookie, and Ornn God this series. And it's just the versatility. He plays the carries, he plays the tanks, he plays the team fights, he plays the lane.
He just did everything. I gotta just credit all of C9, the whole organization, the risks they took throughout the year. They're not done. Right? We didn't talk about Zeyzal that much. He's the shot caller for this team as well. Such a big contributor to how calm they can stay in these games. I'm really excited to see what the future has in store for Cloud9.
The growth of this team has just been something to admire and to stare at in awe. To hear from North America's victorious 3rd seed, Shox is standing by with an interview with C9's jungler.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm here with Sven, Scare, and Sven. You guys did it, and you didn't just do it. You 3-0'd Afrika, and you're in your first semifinal ever. What does it mean?
It means a lot to me because I was stuck in groups for 4 years straight, and I just never were able to get through that phase, really, where you have to... The groups were so hard for me. I don't know why. I just weren't able to play my own playstyle on the world stage, but this time we as a team are just able to play super well together, and we're all on the same page. Nobody's tilting if they start losing in the side. Like, you saw Licorice this games, like, even though they were playing to top side and we were playing to bot side, he was able to stay in the game, and I'm really proud of him for that, so yeah.
Well, I do want to talk a bit about your personal performance because you absolutely carried the first 2 games and did fantastic in the 3rd one. And you've gone through a lot. You know, you were in SK, you were in TSM. You already talked about the team. But what is it in them that enables you to be such a good player at this World Championship?
I think we just were able to get on the same page. I think week 1 of groups, we were a super bad team, but we just realized, okay, why did we go here if we're just going to play to not lose? So we just, okay, everybody like, okay, we're going to keep fighting. We actually don't want to go home. So yeah, I think our playstyle is just super good because we just keep fighting and we contest everything. If something's up on the map, we're not going to give it over. And I think a lot of the Asian teams, they're not used to that. Like the Korean teams, they usually just sit back and like wait for late game, but we just really want to fight and just win the games early. So yeah, I think I'm just able to shine because my team just has my back and they just want to fight with me early game.
Lovely. It looks to be working out. I do think you need some help in drinking water, the sippy cup. What's going on? 2 games now. Come on, tell us.
I blame the cup thingy. It's like closed, so I have to like open it. And I mean, I don't know. I blame the cup. I think I'm pretty good at drinking, so it's not my problem.
All right. On a more serious note, though, this is huge. You seem pretty calm because it seems like you guys just are completely on the same page, as you say. Now, when you look further and you look at the teams that are remaining in the World Championship, and especially RNG and KT are out, it's anyone's game. How do you feel compared to all the other teams that are left, and what can NA dream of?
I mean, I think Fnatic looks super strong. We're going to see in the next series, but I think definitely anyone can win Worlds this time around. It's super exciting, and I think for next year it's going to be so hyped for the West because every time in the past, all the Western teams were just like, well, it doesn't matter what we do, Korea's going to win, so we might as well not try hard. But seeing the West go so far in Worlds, I think it's going to motivate the whole West to just do a lot better for next Worlds. So even though we don't win the next one, then I'm just excited to be here and like make the West have more hope.
Hey, you still have that best of 5 and you can do it. Can you say it? Can Cloud9 win Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody can win, so we're definitely up there too. So if we are on a good day, I think we can definitely beat the rest of the teams that was, yeah.
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Fantastic performance on the day. Svenskeren and Cloud9 bring NA to the semifinals for the first time in 7 years. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is Fnatic versus EDG. Don't miss it.
Remember, everyone keep high energy.
Woo! Spirit may have just killed himself sitting by the wall. He's close to getting Sven low, but the solo kill may come through. Will they hand the buffs off? What a spell shield, but is it going to buy enough? As Licorice has to get away from the turret. He's close to dying. He's got to watch out for this one. A barrel drain!
He's ignited. GP's dead. I'm on Dragon. Hold him. He's dead. I'm right there. Careful.
The Baron as the smite. Oh, he gets to kill the juggler. Who's going to get it? You've got to be kidding me! Licorice solo carrying this game. They're re-engaged. A 4-person route, and they've got one, but Jensen falls. Another kill in for Afrika. They're firing back. A hook on Orn. Stinky forced to run. Snipe down by Kramer. Afrika win the fight. Oh, what a hook by Tushin. They're going to find the way in, though. The Orn's going to come across, and the knockups are there. Is this the fight? It's 2 for 0, and the Guardian Angels are popped. This could well be it. Look at them clean up the map, and the last vestige of Korea has been destroyed. Cloud9 will make it to the semifinals. Welcome back to Worlds 2018. Cloud9 on your screen right here. 1-0 up over Afrika Freaks from South Korea. C9, their time for side selection, picked blue. And with their choices here for this one, Afrika Freak have subbed their jungler out. Mowgli is in for Spirit.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the pace of the game and the direction that Worlds has taken League of Legends. And that requires a jungler to keep up the pace. In the last game, Svenskeren definitely outpacing Spirit. So I can see the reasoning here and bringing in Mowgli.
And it was definitely a multi-pronged thing that didn't come together. The mid lane performance by Kuro was probably the most significant kind of aberration compared to previous Afrika games. He was the one who, after all, was given the overall last pick. Castenson is a containment matchup into later an outscale matchup. Didn't go that way. Blew flash early, died multiple times. Kuro, I'm guessing this time on a Galio, a Swain, a wave clear champion, less burden on execution maybe, the right way to go for Afrika.
Last champion select, we saw Afrika Freaks taunt Cloud9 with a hover over LeBlanc. Jensen happily punished them severely with that pick. We'll see if they do it again. Already we've got similar bans coming out from Afrika, Urgot, and Zillion once again.
Yep, 5 for 5 so far. It's going to be all the same. Nocturne gets added to the ban list for Afrika unless they think a different champion is more important here and they're debating on the last one if there's going to be something changing, because keep in mind, we are on the same sides as last time. Afrika chose red in game 1, Cloud9 chooses blue here, and let's see how much of the draft is the same. For the first 7 selections, it's identical.
Now, Afrika Freak's biggest surprise was going for the top lane Victor. And I think overall, that pick in isolation, we can't be too results orientated. That pick did pretty well. It did contain, there were some nice moments for it. We'll see if they go that way, because there's obviously some more conventional stuff that could be considered here for Keen. But we'll look at the Afrika Freak side of the draft. The Alistar's up once again, but Tucson was found wanting a little bit. This time they're not going to leave the Xin Zhao open, and it seems like Mowgli is going to try to be a bit more proactive in the early game, even though Spirit, pre-Predator, got a lot done. After that moment, really was second to Svenskeren.
Extreme focus on the jungle difference from last game, stealing away the Xin Zhao on top of changing junglers here for Afrika Freaks. They will still get the power pick of Alistar. This is definitely an enabling support. With your headbutt pulverized combos, you can set up kills and survive team fights with the ultimate.
And I'm expecting similar picks now for Cloud9 to find themselves an early aggressive jungler and still the Braum from before, because I can see the support pool being pinched pretty quickly, and we might just have the run back of the same matchup there if they do finally land on this Gragas. But I think the Braum was always expected here, and we'll probably keep seeing the Braum Alistar trades. The question is, where does Cloud9 go next after that taunt Victor?
Who's in whose head is, of course, the question always here in pick and ban. LeBlanc first round, a possibility. If they don't take a mid laner here, they'll be pinched, but it's just a continuation of the mind games. And C9 are all about busting 2v2, because they're going to stick with the Braum Lucian they found so much value on in game number 1.
Early game seems to be the way the game is played here at Worlds 2018. The pace has been getting faster, and even though Uzi tried with the Lucian and could not quite succeed all the time, Sneaky wants it right away and seems to be.
Some of these hovers in Champ Select, you can tell Cloud9 feeling confident after that game. That should be a cautionary tale, though, because best of 5 is a very long road, as we've said, and now they've got a very happy ending here for the road. You know, Kai'Sa scales so well into the late game. If Afrika Freaks can hold themselves in the early game, they have a very strong option for the late.
And I'm loving the Galio ban, because again, Galio Swain, something safe, and then a more conventional last pick for Keen is what I expected. If you actually zoom in on how they approach drafts towards the tail end of the group stage, Afrika Freaks no longer were interested in giving counter pick to Kuro. They were focusing on Keen's matchup, both in terms of the 1v1 and how it played out in the larger picture of a champion select. Syndra banned here, trying to find just a bit more breathing room for Kuro.
And there's 2 1v1s I want to pay a lot of attention to. Keen for Afrika versus Licorice, and Jensen for Cloud9 versus Kuro. Those matchups seem like they can go very, very well. That Rise could easily go to Keen, another high damage top laner. He's already played it at Worlds so far. He played it 4 times in the LCK Summer Split. This is certainly a champion he can keep bringing out here. The question is, though, what can Jensen blind and still have that same impact he did in game 1?
The Rise, another strong mage into Aatrox. Strong matchup in the 1v1 for Afrika Freaks there if they decide to swap it. And we will get the answer to your question shortly. Freak Graves locked in for Svenskeren, though. Hard carry jungler here who can play so offensively, farm extremely quickly as well. And look for him to try and contest.
So many times this Worlds, I've looked at Cloud9's lock-ins and said, oh yeah, of course top lane Shen. That's how good Impact is in the pick. Wait, he's not on Cloud9 anymore. Last year, Contracts was all over the Graves at Worlds in China. This time, it's Svenskeren. And they're blinding Ahri, or potentially the Ahri into Rise.
They needed it. They needed magic damage in the lineup, and they need a playmaker on Jensen to abuse his matchup into Kuro. This is the exact champion you expect when these teams line up here. So, Afrika, what do you do to neutralize Jensen's Ahri?
Ahri does put even more importance on landing your skill shot, though. LeBlanc can go in, distortion, QQ, get a decent amount of burst damage. Even if you miss the chain, Ahri, not so much if you miss the charm.
And let's see where the matchups go. Of course, that Rise can easily go mid for Kuro, and Keen can keep playing this Victor Aatrox matchup. It did look good individually in the previous game. For 25 seconds still, these teams can choose where they want the champs to go. Cloud9 done with their swaps. Afrika will see if it's the totally trademarked Victor Kuro or the new look for Keen.
The thing is, Kuro, in playing 21 unique picks, actually never played Rise in the regular season of Summer. Now, it's of course an old pick. It's one you can always go to, but I think he's going to be just considering to the last moment here which matchup they want.
Definitely some strong adjustments here from Afrika Freaks going into game number 2. They're necessary after the results of game number 1. Cloud9, though, I do see a possibility of them lacking hard CC and setup for this team composition. A lot of theirs relies on hitting these skill shots or by good positioning from an Aatrox trying to chase someone down. So there definitely is a lot of room for outplay in this matchup.
Outplay is always exciting when you get the best teams in the world here at the World Championship. The last remaining teams from North America and South Korea here at Worlds. And Korea has not missed a semifinal since 2011 when they weren't even invited. Every year has been Korean domination or at least excellence, making the final or winning the title for the last 5 years straight now. North America has not made top 4 since 2011 when there were no Koreans. And so now to win a best of 5 over Korea, for Cloud9 to make their first semifinal since 2011, that would be historic.
I do think the title of the last hope versus the only hope, definitely a fitting one that has been bestowed upon this matchup.
And yet, I think personally, Kobe, that history has never meant less than 2018, where so many memes about how League of Legends plays out both on a match-by-match level and also on a calendar level just haven't happened. SKT, TSM, not at Worlds. The Korean dominance right now in a kind of a whimpering status, 1-0 down with the potential elimination of the home region from the World Championship. Seems like there's a short pause at the start of the game here, maybe some configuration issues, but we just want to get into this one as it's such a fun matchup.
I do agree with that point, Papa Smithy. It kind of feels like in the past, when people give you the rose-tinted glasses answers of, you can follow your dreams, you can be whatever you want when you grow up, it sounded a bit hollow. And yet this year for League of Legends does ring true.
It does feel quite a bit different here this year. Now, I think we had the same issue as last week. Svenskeren spilled some of his glorious water onto his keyboard. I think he's getting a replacement. So about 2 minutes of the ETA I've been given coming into this one as we are paused before the game starts. And is this a replay? No, it's a new one.
Oh!
Or it might be the same. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's the same person in the same jersey.
Oh, we said it's so important in best of 5s to adjust and be able to adapt, yet Svenskeren with the same water mistake that he has shown already at Worlds.
I've been confirmed that was a new clip. I couldn't tell. That was the exact same action from back in week 2 of the group stage.
You hate to see it.
Yeah.
Hate to see it.
Incredible.
He's picking champions with few skill shots. Maybe that's the right way to go. His eyes seem to be a little bit off today.
All right, we need to clean up the hand-to-mouth coordination here a little bit on the side of Cloud9. Get them situated before they go into a very important game number 2. As we've learned from yesterday's games, in these best of 5s, easily you have to put aside the previous results and completely focus on the task at hand.
And I'm a bit put across by the fact that we do eventually have this Rise selected for Kuro. He's already played 68 games, because of course they went to Rift Rivals, did Afrika Freaks, they had to run the entire gauntlet. In this 69th game, it's his first game on Rise, it's his 22nd unique champion, and yet it's one that basically is bread and butter for so many other players.
I'm so glad we're seeing these picks come out from both teams in response to what has been shown in Champion Select early. We set up this game, and these coaching staffs on both sides be ready for adaptation and be willing to pull out these picks, trusting in their players for the matchups. And this time around, in response to that Rise,
Technique.
the Ahri definitely
Sorry.
Svenskeren
definitely
nailed
not
that
as
trick.
reliable. But the important fact here on screen, it has been resolved. And Freak, take us in.
We are into game number 2. Cloud9 up 1-0 over Afrika Freaks. And this is a very exciting matchup. It has been a weekend of upset victories. That first game was massive. Cloud9 did not let off the gas pedal. That was straight up into the right, nearly a straight line.
I do need to emphasize how important the jungle and the jungle pick was in the last game. Xin Zhao can initiate for Cloud9. Svenskeren started so many of their plays in the skirmishes. Graves can bring a tremendous amount of damage, doesn't play the same front line as Xin Zhao. It's much different with the smoke screen really bringing the utility with this champion.
And from there, I'm actually zoomed in on the level 1 because I felt they did a pretty poor job of tracking Svenskeren in the early game. You got off a level 2 gank on the Xin Zhao, which shows you that Afrika were working with pretty limited information. So some way to curtail what ended up being such a high-tempo game with Spirit reacting to the proactivity of Svenskeren. And I say the word Spirit, of course, we must remember that with Mowgli in the lineup, he was able to watch game 1 with the coaching staff and should potentially have some insight into Svenskeren's path.
It's a big point, and honestly, they should have been prepared for a level 2 bottom from blue side. That, to me, has been the most common jungle start that I have seen all of Worlds, coming off of that red buff, pathing down through this side. Yet Cloud9 did find success with it. Early on, a little bit of harassment onto Kramer. You know, the advantage should go to Lucian Braum in a Kai'Sa-Alistar matchup here. They're trying to get a health advantage to push the wave.
Yeah, somewhat importantly, Alistar almost doesn't have a level 1, has to walk up and pulverize you, and good players won't let you really land that anymore, so this should be the push lead, level 2 coming in first. Both junglers, leashless red buff, and we have the Xin Zhao for Mowgli going over to Krugs to get a lot of XP in this farm, as Svenskeren will be spotted by a ward going for this bot side scuttle.
There's not many junglers that will actually provoke a Xin Zhao to go for pretty defensive pathing. But Xin Zhao walked in and put a very late red ward right where you see the blue ward on the top side of the river. That was spotted by C9, and that's why they're playing bot side with the Braum pushing up the level 1 strength of the duo lane. They're able to guarantee plenty of inroads, at least onto that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, very important to not get controlled in a double scuttle opening from a Graves. If the Graves gets control of the vision of the river, it could be very, very difficult. We mentioned the quick speed at which he can farm, can also, you know, start to take over as far as the range advantage. Right now, Mowgli walks over the C9 vision, so they should know that he is in this area of the map and invading towards the blue buff.
The first thought here of Mowgli is that his blue buff was stolen because he saw the enemy support walk up. Mowgli's actually going to get onto the blue anyway, and looks like he's going to have, with his smite up, the ability to steal this one away.
Nice by Mowgli here, yeah, taking away a pretty important camp. He's going to save the smite in case he needed something else. Level 3, double buffs.
Now look at this move from Svenskeren. He went cross-map to grab Wolves and is only now heading over to answer that blue. That's why we see Tucson hovering up here. He doesn't have any vision to place on it though, and Cloud9's pushing bottom lane is what allows you to continue on with this invade. You can see on your screen Zazel goes up to help Svenskeren, and we'll see how much counter jungling they can actually get done.
And the question is how many camps do get taken away? Mowgli only took the 1 camp, just the blue buff, then left. Though, look at this, he has not been spotted coming into mid.
Jensen should be hovering on the bottom side of the map. He knows his jungler's on that side, but he's very far towards the top side here, very close to Mowgli, who can charge in. Kuro looking for a Rune Prison.
The Rune Prison to flash for, they're gonna get the knockup as well. There is no way out for Jensen, but he can certainly try. It won't matter. First blood of the mid lane for Afrika.
And I love your call there, Kobe, because you're right. You usually tend towards the side that you have backup on. Instead, Jensen was being greedy or trying to play a mind game. But apart from game 1, where he could really exploit those mind games, this time he's exploited. First blood, Afrika free.
Revenge for Kuro here, very quickly into the game. Jensen, no movement at all. Instant flash initiation from Kuro. Jensen knows he's dead after that, and that is going to be a huge push of the minions as well to allow for some extra CS and a recall for Kuro. Now, all that being said, offensively blown summoner spells are just as punishable as defensively ones.
And meanwhile, the bot lane can be punished as well. Ignite is up there, and Tucson has to jump away with the flash. And a good health bar damage there. C9 holds on to most of their summoners.
Well, that was some high-octane stuff, but this time the gank doesn't come off. We've been ignoring topside. No buy yet. Keen wants to stay in lane for the 1150 gold for that first buy onto the Hex Core upgrade, but this time Afrika Freak sticking the landing. They're happy for this to be a slower-paced game. Only a single kill in the first 5 minutes.
And that's so big for the mid lane here, because now Afrika Freaks have 2 solo lanes that are winning. Despite the loss in game number 1, Afrika Freaks matchup of the Victor into Aatrox is a successful 1v1 in isolation. Bottom side has been pushing for Cloud9 and has found success, but now we're seeing jungle attention down there to try and turn this story around.
Who's coming in behind them? No, C9 does have both of their flashes available, plus the summoner heal, but 3v2 can be difficult, and that's Briar's Bloom, but that was Rise hitting it anyway, so it actually now ensures that no one's waiting behind there.
Oh, they're on a ward.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa can walk to the brush and shoot a W to stop the recalls, and instead, CN just wait. Yes, they are still hatching this ward, though, and Freak are going to stay. They're going to wait and try to find this 3v2 kill. Some of that CS is being bled out as Sneaky Had to give up a couple CS waiting, but this wave should still push to C9. They don't have to play too far up here. And Tushin might see it as a window with that Q down for Zeyzal. But still no pressure just yet. C9 actually gonna walk up to shove it out.
He's gonna stick for that cannon.
Yeah,
as soon as he goes for the shot on the cannon, that might be it.
And he's gonna find his stun, but Zeyzal can jump back to his teammate, and he's gonna do that right here. The shield is forward. Now where's the knock gonna come for? He's gonna deal some damage, maybe the trade back, and Mowgli has to flash away and get healed out. C9 only lost a single summoner.
All of that time for Mowgli spent on the bottom side waiting while Svenskeren farmed away on Graves, only to blow his flash. Now Svenskeren, this Graves, should go very, very offensive, invade with this level advantage.
And Kobe, you see how tricky it is to brawl and skirmish with Lucian Braum as a 2v2. The Guardian pressed the attack, gave both the defense and offensive capability to try to win that one, and honestly they did. They forced a defensive summoner away. Svenskeren doesn't find a camp or a Xinjiao to contest, but does get a nice deep ward onto this wolf camp.
One thing you mentioned a while ago was offensively blown summoners being punishable as Kuro on the rise. The problem for C9, of course, is he has cleanse, so even if Jensen lands a charm flash, he just cleanses, EWs the Graves, and walks away. The gank pressure on mid feels so low from C9 compared to last game.
Yeah, and that cooldown on cleanse is almost back up. Very, very short one, so he'll feel pretty confident, even though Jensen, now on level 6 on Ahri, is the possible all-in.
And Jensen did go for Ignite as a summoner. Doesn't go for Cleanse against Ryze, Xinjiao, and all that pressure. Usually you see Catalyst skipped over, so it's probably going to be a pretty squishy Ryze until much later when the Seraphs is evolved. So there will be windows with Graves and Ahri having insane burst potential, and even Graves from downtown with the ultimate. So that Ryze will have to continue to be on the ball, and the only defensive vision he has is control wards top side and the single spotting blue ward on the bottom side.
And overall, we have a very different game from game one. Afrika Freaks on a 600 gold lead, despite this Drake going over to Svenskeren right now. The top lane feels much more normal. The mid lane actually advantaged for Kuro, when just last game, it was the biggest CSD at 15 of the entire tournament, regardless of matchup. So that was a huge 180 now this time with first blood and a farm lead for Kuro. Overall, this is Afrika playing the game they want to. Much slower, less kills, more control.
Yep, they have a small gold lead here, still left over from the first blood bonus, despite the CS lead in bottom lane for Sneaky and Zeyzal. Those two have definitely performed admirably, absorbing pressure as well. Svenskeren does not get any autos off onto Mowgli. He did just finish up that Scuttle Crab for them though, so secures the vision.
Yeah, still playing for vision is Cloud9 there, is 20 gold earned for a trinket, and Svenskeren waiting to see if he has a way into this bottom lane. Keep in mind it is a flashless Alistar for several minutes now. And on top of a control ward, he'll help Jensen go for this blue buff, and you can see Mowgli just walking away. They know that C9, despite giving up that kill, have actually gotten pressure back into the mid side. And with Zeyzal roaming up as well, the bot lane having pressure, despite the Mowgli gank. C9 having a couple of winning lanes, but now Licorice being chased on by Keenan. Health bar is very, very low. It's a very quick revive. This could be the solo kill, and indeed it will! Keen, the best top laner at Worlds, coming in, finds it.
Trust in the process here on the Victor pick. They're liking this one just like Licorice has his pocket pick, the pocket pick Victor. It's doing its job, and with the Kleptomancy gold and now the solo kill, Keen is threatening to run away with this lane.
All right, Afrika Freaks immediately send Mowgli up here to clear out some vision. That is going to make Licorice have to play even more cautiously. Now, he didn't blow his flash in that kill because he knew he had already been outplayed. Keen with the extra speed boost there off of the Q, an easy follow to be able to secure that one.
So wait to see if Keen can be one of those big leverage points that Afrika can use to win this game. Still only a 700 gold difference within arm's reach for both squads, as we keep waiting for the next play from Afrika as Ryze can roam down, almost in roam warp range, but gonna walk back to mid.
Yeah, big miss pulverized there from Tucson in lane. That sometimes happens when you hit WQ too quickly and you're not in range for the W to go off. A lot of older players were very used to having to hit those two keys in quick succession to be able to pull off the combo. Top side though, this is going to be more.
Yeah, 2v1 combo here as Licorice is going to try to get away, but Keen gets out from the slow, the flashing forward. They can knock down Licorice despite him blowing that cooldown, and indeed they're going to have it. Keen certainly has the spells and not blowing a single summoner. Licorice's flash away does not work.
That's why they had Mowgli clear out the vision previously. Immediately he returns, and now it is Afrika Freaks with the early game lead.
And also that means the Rift Herald will be pretty open to them now that top lane has died twice. We be playing even more defensively. Bot side of the map with the earlier power spikes from C9 has been vacated. That's why the first Drake went the way of C9. In the mid lane,
First big play in the mid lane now. The ult's gonna come forward. No charm ignite is in there, but the shield for Kuro. He's gonna get it! What a play for Kuro! Svenskeren gets the trade from downtown.
Kuro's first gets his revenge again, though, in the 1v1. We mentioned in Champ Select the difference here. So important for Ahri to land the charm. Without that one, not enough damage to finish it. In the end, Svenskeren comes to cut his celebration short with the ultimate on Graves, though. It's still run of the map for Afrika Freak.
and it's definitely a confidence play. Speaking of confidence, misses the pulverize.
The double knockup for Zeyzal builds a lot of space, but that Braum is out of mana, so a stun towards a very tanky Alistair doesn't mean a whole lot, but Sneaky might want to walk forward. 3v3 is both junglers show, and a quick ceasefire down to the bottom lane.
This game's ratcheting up a little bit quicker now after a slow early pace. Seeing Licorice push up, he knows Victor was in the mid lane, but suddenly we're going for blow after it was pretty one-sided for Afrika.
Also should mention, since we didn't talk about it earlier, the Glacial Augment for Jensen. This rune allows the extra slow you see there on your screen off of the Twin Shadows activation. As soon as the ghost hits, it's going to leave behind that long ice trail, which will give more slow, allowing him an easier time of hitting those important skill shots.
It also allows you to lane with incomplete information a bit safer because you can use it off cooldown to spot the enemy that is closest to you. When we had GP10 items in the mid lane, there was that same Twin Shadows effect. Now you have to itemize fully into it, but the payoff with the Glacial Augment is big. And speaking of payoffs, Kuron Tucson lying wait.
And he gets just barely over the wall. I think the ulti was burned for part of that one. I'm not quite sure, but either way, staying alive now. Ignite onto Kramer. They've got to kite away as Mowgli shows up as Svenskeren in the turret. This could be a 3v2, but reinforcements for Afrika not too far away. Kramer low, has to heal through the ultimate, gonna stay alive. Now Rin Prison is gonna catch out Jensen. He's gonna try to get away with this one, but a flash pulverize might just catch another mid lane kill, and Jensen dropped for the third time.
The bot lane, though, they're going to continue the push. Nice kill, but they'll lose objectives for this.
Well, first turret bottom lane, but Mowgli able to walk away pretty cleanly. That's some gold back into C9's pocket, but look at this. Keen still answering up on the top side. He'll knock down Licorice. Turns out this is a taste he would like, as the health bar is low, and the second solo kill of the top lane for Keen.
Yeah, they decided to go right back into the Aatrox versus Victor matchup, and this time around, Keen actually has time to make it work.
Credit to Afrika for separating the game loss from the strategy fail. The game one was lost, but not due to the Victor. The Victor pick was doing fine in lane. This time with a lot more pressure around the map, no 50 CS mid lane lead. The Victor's styling onto Licorice, a sobering moment for a top laner who has had so much success in this calendar year.
Cloud9 getting a bit too full of themselves after the game one dominating victory. This time around, both solo lanes, 0 and 3. What will Afrika Freaks be able to do with it, though? Because the gold itself is close due to the bottom lane advantage. Sneaky and Zeyzal, giant CS advantage, and have taken the first turret bonus gold.
It means this game is only 500 apart, with the Cloud Drake maybe edging that one a little bit closer.
2 levels. 2 levels to lead for Keen here as Licorice just has to spot. He doesn't have a control ward. He doesn't have any defensive pressure at all. And we're seeing a movement in the map. Together, Kuro and Mowgli, with their successes, actually find bot side control now that the duo lane has gone top.
That's pretty big for Afrika, now picking up some Infernal Drake. That's where their power lies, but you can see both of these weak lanes being shoved away from farm. Licorice not allowed to touch bot lane, but neither is Kramer allowed to touch top. And Svenskeren got himself a Rift Herald, so top lane tier 2 could even be under fire here. And the game remains very, very close as C9 gets their solo gold on the Sneaky once the wave is gone. And we'll see what comes in next.
Sneaky definitely the hope here for Cloud9. Double AP solo laners for Afrika Freaks, though, continue to push. Keen with his Sheen, finishing off that turret very easily and pushing in further onto Licorice. 3 levels is absolutely insane. Each individual level, generally even more than 500 gold worth of value in just stats, not to mention the skill ups that you get. So it is a tremendous advantage.
And it's one of those things where C9 want to downplay where they're weak and accentuate where they're strong, and that's Svenskeren grouping with the duo lane. I actually thought they might consider putting the Rift Herald top, getting the inner turret, and then looking for a Baron play. They have very strong Baron damage with Lucian Svenskeren on the Graves. But for now, they're going to continue the top side control, but conserve the Rift Herald, hoping to get the mid lane turret from it.
49 CSD at 15. Yeah, that is 2.5 times as good as it was in the first game. He has been allowed to flourish up there, and flourish he has.
And this is after they already got a look at it. In game number 1, he was up 19 CS. Licorice said it's just fine. Here, teleport top, though. They're looking to make a team play.
Here's the big play up towards Kramer and the rest of the squad as Licorice shows up. Kuro's right in front of him, though, and the chase might be forward. What can Cloud9 find? A big pulverize. Look at the bot side. Keen, he's almost shut down, but he gets the shield, and Svenskeren cannot kill him off, and that is absolutely huge. Finally a trade, but it's still Afrika winning. It's 2 for 1 to them, and they're chasing for a little bit more. Can they get that next kill? Will they find the next pickup? The flash in, almost in range. One more spell will do him in. 3-1, Afrika win the fight.
The tables have turned. Afrika Freaks are running this game. 16 minutes, 20 seconds into it, and they rout Cloud9.
And that's such a big moment for them. Yes, Keen goes down to the red smite from the Graves, but that's the only win on the side of C9. Afrika going to break the mid lane turret. They're going to finally bring parity to the amount of turrets taken, and now the goal lead is still not massive, but every time we see these extended skirmishes, they go the way of Afrika.
All right, let's take another look. Cloud9 set it up. Teleport comes in from Licorice. Everyone drilling in through the tri-brush, and actually the Twin Shadows, very good use there from Jensen. Svenskeren not able to finish him off, though, as you said, until the red burn does tick down.
And this Ace of Predator replay is really fought on 2 fronts. On the top side, the double pulverize coming through from the Alistair buys a lot more time for Kramer, who largely comes out of full health in this fight. Kuro wants to get some answering kills. He's got some vengeance after game 1. That's going to be cathartic for him. He takes down Licorice, and now C9 are starting to put down some control wards. They know they're really feeling pressure to get a pick and also to get some value out of this Rift Herald.
Absolutely huge performances from the solo laners of Afrika Freaks. Keen, we've been watching him bash top lane all the whole time, and Kuro on this rise, the first of the split for him. Now looking to solo kill at Jensen. Look at the damage he's got, and a little bit more is all he needs. Can't quite get in range, but look at the power he has with only Merc Treads for defense. A lot of damage for him.
It almost feels like every solo lane assignment goes the way of Afrika Freaks, and that is a real big problem for C9. Yes, they have a strong duo lane, but leveraging the power when the side lanes are in such a rough spot is going to be difficult for C9.
Still, Cloud9 continue to fight. Rift Herald activation in the mid lane does get them another turret, some more territory to work with. That's all of the outers now taken down. The problem for them is that they don't have the capabilities to fight their way in for the deep vision. They have to be very careful about setting those wards up.
Coming down throughout this bottom river is trying to set up Kramer for success to get him that farm, to get him a lot of solo XP up to level 10. Has actually managed to tie back with Sneaky, and look at Licorice once again. Forced off the turret, forced off the wave, and that turret's almost certainly a better pickup than this red buff. That C9 grabbing the top side of the map. So Afrika Freaks leveraging more of a lead, 2,500 up is sizable at 19 minutes here.
Definitely splitting the map. We'll see if C9 can get any Baron control from this. Of course, the Baron not spawning for the minutes. Top lane.
They're going to find a stun to Kuro. The cleanse not enough. They burst him down. And Victor's alone versus 3. They certainly have the damage. Even Zazel survives.
That's not the Cloud9 member you were looking for, Kuro. Sneaky is the strong one, and they do not hesitate. Kill for Cloud9, tower for Cloud9, and they strike back.
Really big tempo moment with the Baron about to spawn means the top side is completely vacant for the side of Afrika. You need some way to fight around. C9 find their moment. Kuro feels so comfortable walking up. He's level 13 with his Ceres transform, and yet he dies almost instantly.
Yeah, let's go over the previous actions of Kuro. He just flash forward, killed off Licorice. Then he chases Jensen out of his own lane, 1v1. However, 3 members of Cloud9 lying and waiting for that counterattack do pull off some sort of right thing for this game.
It makes the game closer to tied, only 300 gold apart, and a huge shout out to Zazel's aim on that ultimate. Got 2 knockups out of that press, and that, I think, helped really allow that dive on Victor. And now Mowgli pulled back in. They might have the damage, jumps to the blue buff. The ult, blue buff! Even the map is on Cloud9's side.
C9 Golem with the last hit onto Mowgli. It feels like in the last 30 seconds only, things starting to turn around. But again, do not forget how strong these solo laners for Afrika Freaks are. Despite Kuro going down, huge advantage there, and now he's got a Banshee's Veil to protect him from the charm.
But Kobe, don't forget how strong Sven Skaren is. He's picked up the lion's share, in fact, all of the kills that Cloud9 have. Black Cleaver, Warrior, and a Hex Drinker. Wherever he goes, I think you should cower in fear if you're the team of Afrika Freaks.
All right, you sold me, Papa Smithy. I love me a jungler with all the kills. Sven Skaren here on Graves is the correct champion to do it as well. DPS output in the form of AD for C9 will be their story this game.
Yeah, not more than yesterday. We saw Ning have a huge game on the Kindred. Building Infinity Edge on that one. Probably not the build for Sven Skaren here, but we have absolutely seen hard carry jungle performances before as the blue gets handed off over to Jensen. He's going to make his way over. We have a tied game, but though the gold is the same, keep in mind Afrika do have an in-combat Drake with the Infernal. Cloud9s do not do much to help you kill other enemy champions, and we are in a very close one here.
Now that we are closing in on this mid game, we get to start setting up these fights and how they can come about from so many different angles. Afrika Freaks do have the Realm Warp as well as the Killer Instinct from Kai'Sa to allow them to follow up and start plays across the map if Cloud9 don't have the vision set up. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, we mentioned the outplay possible in all of these champions and how difficult it is to land those CC combinations.
Now, it is difficult if you think of it as a very standard pick comp. Okay, the Charm missed, okay, the Braum Q missed, but remember, because it's Glacial Augment Ari, you're transferring late game power because Glacial Augment's utility keystone in for extra catch. Now the Twin Shadows is that big slowing field. Now also, there's other ways like the GLP to find the catch, and they have insane burst with how strong Sven Skaren is to profit off the pick that Zeyzal and Jensen will be tasked to provide.
Exactly. In addition, the area that Braum can control, this is one of the biggest strengths of the champion. YC9 have picked it yet again. Very big zone control for possible team fights. And that's what they will try and use to make it easier to land their damage. Here we go, though. Most of the top control given over to Cloud9. They're putting wards around Baron, while we see Afrika Freaks investing in their split push on the bottom side. They're really trying to get a lot of value out of that Victor into Aatrox advantage that they still have.
Look at that vision. Afrika cannot see anywhere around Baron. There's a blue trigger used. Doesn't even spot a champion. Only knows that they're not at Baron. Whoever else they might be, but C9 does show themselves now as they wait for the mid lane, but 5 strong. They could go for some kind of flash engage into somebody. C9 in the wing. They know that Aatrox is not here, so Alistair goes in, finds a bit of damage, but not a whole lot. The jump back for Sven Skaren might have been enough. And here comes Teleport. C9 want the fight. A double knockup. Gonna look for Keen here into this one. Mowgli gonna get brought out by the Realm Warp. A nice ult there by Kuro. But Tucson, he's burning down. That's one kill picked up. And it's time for Keen to flash away. But Licorice is still on the chase. Burning down. He's gonna be revived. Watch out. Jensen has to ult right back out. This will be a disengage now. 1-0. Cloud9 win that fight slightly.
So important that Tucson failed the headbutt Pulverize because they got no value out of the Alistair engage. He just takes free damage as the teleport is completing. So the 5v4 ended up being a lot more even.
And a flash forward caught Mowgli, but he's turning back on. The stun's gonna mean he cannot find Jensen, and it's now a second kill with a jungler dead. This could be a lot. Kuro gonna jump the wall, and he's flashless, and it's gonna be sneaky. Jumping over, he'll find the stun. He's got reinforcements. 3 straight kills for Cloud9.
And with those kills, that is the jungler and the mid laner. Cloud9 still have a control ward on Baron. They still have the damage to force it, and here they go.
The discipline from Afrika isn't working for them. Catching the pick factory is so important. Baron has started. Aatrox not here.
Yeah, Licorice was bottom lane, trying to get the bottom lane pushing, but he's joining the fight now. Here they go. Tucson is heading in.
Very few tools to steal. They're going to charm Alistair, turn for the kill. Tucson has to flash away, but here comes Aatrox. Head the Pulverize to buy space.
He's dead.
The knockdown Licorice. 1 kill in, but there should still be no smite. This should not be a miss. And the Baron's picked up. Now for the 4v3 team fight. Kramer gets slow. They're all slowed. Look at the explosions. The kills just keep coming through. And Keen stands no chance. A delayed ace for Cloud9.
The Twin Shadows freeze the entire river over, and Afrika Freaks cannot escape. C9 get the Baron, and they get the kills. Only 10 seconds into the Baron, it's almost a 3,000 gold Baron power play.
They go all the way to the start of it, guys, and with Tucson failing headbutt pulverized, the 5v4 means nothing. The turn is super powerful, and from there, the extended clip here will show you that C9's amount of catch and sheer burst is what separates them from Afrika.
My goodness, the continued layers of engagement there as well from Cloud9 coming out. This is a jump forward at the second time where they're able to go in on Tucson. He does pull back and they finish off Licorice, but here is the Baron smite and then turn.
Watch all the slowing fields you'll see as this clip goes on along the ground. 3 in a line, look like mini rumble ults in some way. And those slowing fields hit everyone. Even the Victor at the end is standing on top of one. Svenskaren's feeling pumped. NA should be as well.
Hextech GLP did work in that fight. Smiles and laughter, and they're back on the map pushing with a 5,000 gold lead. A wave clear. It's not too bad from Victor, but these are buffed up minions with Baron. They take half damage, and they are still pushing forward. And this is going to be inhibitor turret cracked. And when the turret falls, most teams know to give up the pressure. If you won't play with a turret, you shouldn't play without defenses in front of you. A little bit of wave clear, but 2 buffed up cannons is all Cloud9 needs. They will crack the inhibitor line, you have to assume. There's not much of a defense for Afrika here, but they are still making Cloud9 work for it. Slowing down every single second of that Baron buff as long as they can. They've weathered through the first half of it. Charm's gonna land on an Alistar, ulti across the back line. And still the health bar is going down. The jump forward for Jensen, looking for that first kill. Tucson is low, he's slowed. He finds himself a knockup, but it's not gonna be enough. NC9 can now signal to go for the Nexus, to go for the 2-0 start to the series.
They've got Graves, they've got so much turret damage, they have to keep on this.
And here they go as the cage comes down, looking at that very first turret in front of the Nexus. 5v4, when does Afrika stop them? Because C9 are not slowing down. In comes Mowgli, but not for much damage. And it's gonna be the reset. C9 gonna back off of this one now with the inhibitor gone and one Nexus turret falling as well. Zazel gotta watch out. He could be jumped on. He's not gonna be.
Freaks threatening the trail, but look at that gold ticker in the top right corner. 5,500 Baron power play for Cloud9. An Infernal Drake on the way out. Inhibitor already destroyed. That was incredible.
Should be the game-defining moment, guys. This should be C9 finding a way to cement what now feels like the first meaningful lead of the game. As this clip goes on, the culling does so much damage to Kramer that even though we always talk about the scaling of Kai'Sa, the value of the Kai'Sa has been close to nil.
Look how Jensen is playing this Ahri as well. They go in, him plus Svenskeren, a huge chunk. Then he goes in with the second engagement, GLP used for the slow zone. Kuro does get himself out with the Realm War.
Remember, that is another tool that they can now no longer use to defend themselves. And look at that game, it took so long, but it was actually Cloud9 finding the better decision-making in the late game. This is a team that back in the NALCS had good early games but could not shot call in the end. They have solved this issue, gotten better and better throughout Worlds.
This is also a team, this is also a franchise that invested the most into young talent as well as innovation. Reaper has never been scared to put out a new champion, to put out new item combinations, to put out a new way to play the game, and Cloud9 are flourishing off the back of both of those investments.
But people love to talk about the rookies. I want to talk about one of the old dogs, Svenskeren, who of course came to group stage on SK, into TSM, never got out of groups. Here in a quarterfinal game 2, he's rocking it 8-1-3 onto the Graves, and he is the one that has been the pivot point for game number 2.
This year has been the glorious return of Svenskeren to the world stage, and now Cloud9 looking to finish game number 2.
It could be the glorious entrance of North America into the semifinals for the first time in 7 years. They've got work to do. Mowgli certainly has nowhere to go. A statue that has now been fallen. A monument to South Korea may be dropping in the quarterfinals for the first time ever as C9 look to push in. There's work to do, but they've got minions flooding into the base. Looking at a 2-0 start to the series, waiting as bot lane pushes in, but without Baron buff, Victor can wave clear. C9, 5v4, a little bit of super minions, now pushing in towards the Nexus turrets, looking at the big play, the knockups in the back line, the dive in for every kill they can find. Jensen gets one, and the revive onto the Aatrox. 5v3, the turrets are falling, and they can turn simply to the base, and they're doing it here. The backline dive for Kramer, but it is not enough. And Cloud9, 2-0 in the series.
Polite applause comes through from the Busan fans. They can appreciate good League of Legends. Korea usually provides that, but it's been the international opposition who have been on point at Worlds 2018. This game was closer for a lot longer, but in the clutch, the smart control of the top red side jungle into the picks that the Ahri and friends provided was shut down by the legendary Graves, and from there, a comfortable victory for C9.
The year of the upstarts. The rest of the world has had enough of being held down by Korea in the World Championships. Championship after championship, it has gone the same story.
Yeah.
But not today.
2018 does seem different, but we have seen crazy comebacks. We'll wait for that. Maybe it'll happen. For more insight on how Cloud9 is one win away from a semifinal spot, let's hear from our analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. 2-0 now in the series for Cloud9. This one much tougher for Cloud9 to secure than the first one around, and a lot of it off of the early game this time around for Afrika, whereas C9 was off to the races quick on the first one. Before we dive into the game, I do want to re-hit Champ Select again because there's some interesting adjustments made by both teams.
You're going to let talk first, Ash.
Do you want to talk first,
I do want to get in there early.
Okay, get in there early.
Right. I want to talk about this blind pick Ahri because I wasn't a fan.
That's what you told me.
That's what I'm going to start with. I want to start with, even though they won, I was not a fan of the blind pick Ahri, all right?
Okay.
And I do feel, I'm just going to say it because I feel that with the champion pool that Jensen has at his disposal, there were a number of options that he could have gone for. Cassio, Azir, all great picks as an alternative. However, I liked the fact that C9 got themselves a strong 2v2 again. They invested heavily into the Lucian and Braum, and I feel like it worked out nicely for them.
I like the way that they won the game.
They did win the game.
I like the way they played more than everything else because in a lot of ways I thought this was an outdraft by Afrika Freaks. I was surprised that they got the Victor into Aatrox's matchup because even in what was a huge snowball, I thought the Victor was doing well. Boy, by the way, called this 6 months ago. He's played a lot of top lane Victor. We've been talking to him. Like, we're both confident you can't blind pick Aatrox into this pick, and I think Licorice showed it this game. But then the way in which Cloud9 banded together, got the shutdown goal, used Sneaky and Svenskaren's advantages, and then really out-macroed Afrika Freaks, makes me so much more confident in this win than in the game one.
Yeah, here's your evidence, though, around the Victor pick.
Yeah, and it's just so dominant, again, your ability to sidestep and maneuver around Aatrox's abilities because you have basically a slow or perma-slow, and you just keep hitting them with the Q, keep walking past them with the shield, and you're able to walk Aatrox down in pretty much every single matchup, every single trade, and even on the tower dive. So Keen was slick. Ultimately, though, back to the roadmap point of view, the fact that Cloud9, they understand it's all about the early game. Wow. Screw the late game. And even on that Baron call, which was my favorite fact, that was the perfect Baron call for Cloud9 to make. They knew that if that game went late, they were going to lose anyway. It looked super messy, but that was the only available option, and they have the boldness to make the call.
But before that, the proactiveness from Cloud9 is what impressed me so much, was because if they weren't actually trying to force plays, then they were just going to get outscaled, and they probably were going to lose this game. And while this play on paper didn't work out in favor of Cloud9, the fact that they were willing to try just goes to show how eager this team is to not give up and recognize that our comp will get outscaled and we need to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, the Ahri was super close to one-shotting the Victor in that fight. Even so, you thought maybe Kuro's Rise was going to be able to take over. One thing we have to mention is the Lucian Braum was massively far ahead. That Kaisa never made it off the ground, and this right here was the turning point of the game.
Yeah, because you're getting two massive shutdowns now on the Svenskaren, and even though you're the Svenskaren, and even though your Ahri was pretty much non-relevant because she got shut down in the lane phase, all she has to do is play utility. You had the Spooky Ghost build into the GLP. All she needs to do is hit the slows, hit the stun, and because Graves got the shutdown, you have the burst damage that you can immediately assassinate anyone. So at that point, Sven was like, Braum, Ahri, come with me. We're going to go hunting for the LCK hope.
But even with all that aggression, the teams were essentially going tit for tat, and we very much had strong points for both squads, different champions, different lanes, and it was that C9 Baron call that you're talking about, which really broke the game open for them.
And this is one of, people will look at this and they'll say, you know, where are your wards behind the pit? Why didn't they make the picks? But you have to make this call, otherwise you're just going to lose the game in 7 minutes.
Yeah, they have a finite amount of time before the Victor respawns and runs it in. They had to actually use Aatrox to die in zone. They had to rush the Baron, and then the GLP turn with the Glacial Augment, the 50% slow lines on all three people, allowed them to actually mop the floor after the fight. So utilizing every tool they had in the toolkit with that Baron play.
So about that Ari pick.
Did you see
like
the
I'm
triple
feeling
50% slow?
Just because it worked out does not justify the Ari.
In defense of Vedius, I do agree with him. I think instead of banning the Lissandra, you could have banned the Victor, so that way your Aatrox matchup would have been much stronger.
He died
And then
a
you,
lot.
And then you also guarantee that you have at least 2 primary mid laners open, the Ryze and the Lissandra, and you get one or the other.
Now, I want to get to the third game in the series, and so before we do that, we have to recognize once again our MasterCard player of the game in Svenskeren on that Graves. Given a hypercarry champion, this guy popped off when it comes to that KDA here.
This has become a Svenskeren special. Almost no one is playing Graves here at the World Championship. It's a early game jungler against the Xin that can survive, and it's what C9 actually pulled out in the playoffs when they needed wins most, and also here when the wins are pretty important.
Absolutely. So here's the deal. Going into game 3, Afrika's got to put 3 together. Cloud9 just needs to grab 1. With side choice, Afrika has elected to stay on red. So they are not swapping over to blue. They're willing to play this series out, it appears, from there. Spirit is coming back in. So swapping the junglers on losses, it appears. What are our thoughts here?
So I think that the thing about Spirit is that he's much more willing to skirmish and fight in terms of the early game. I know we did see the Xin Zhao coming out from Mowgli, but in terms of early pressure, I feel like we saw a lot more from Spirit in game 1 that we really did see from Mowgli outside of that gank in the middle lane. So I think the intent is to bring someone in who can match the early playmaking that C9 have shown to bring about in these games. And we talked about it with EDG, we talked about it with Invictus Gaming, and we talk about these teams that have the ability to fight and rely on their individual mechanics. And I think that right now in this series, C9 is just demonstrating that their skirmishing and just their individual playmaking is that much stronger than Afrika's is so far.
But the issue that I have is that I agree. Afrika should do that, but they keep drafting for late game, and then they keep trying to fight anyway. They are fighting outside their power windows, and that's why I see game number 1, I now see game number 2, and I'm like, this is not a comp problem, this is a brain problem right now. Like, just sit back, just relax.
Jack, do you have any fear, though, around C9 leaving the Victor up for a 3rd game in a row because they've beaten it twice?
Yeah, and the bans that they've had, Tom Kent, Shirelli, Akali, you don't want to let those through.
Right.
I think you could maybe force them to pick a first rotation because you have phase 2 bans available, or you just let the Aatrox through. Like, even though they're first picking the Aatrox, Licorice was the first to actually have good counter picks against it. I don't actually know if it's going to be the Victor. He only has 1 game on it in solo queue.
Right, but he could go back to the Hecarim, right?
But he could go back to a lot of different picks. I think that should be the tweak.
All right, well, C9 are knocking on the door of another upset. See if they can close out the series versus Afrika after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Give me a C9 ticket.
Who's in
one now?
Do we have some napkins, maybe?
Oh, no, not again.
Oh, my God, Dennis.
It's a boss. It's a minor spill.
It's not as big as last time, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
Gonna have to cost this one.
What do you say,
Strategic spill again?
That's a grief.
Girl looking for a Rune Prison.
The Rune Prison to flash forward. They're going to get the knockup as well. There is no way out for Jensen, but he can certainly try. Licorice being chased on by Keenan. Health bar is very, very low. It's a very quick revive. This could be the solo kill, and indeed it will.
Go, go, go. I have bought him. Is that Victor tag. Save me. Nice.
Mowgli pulled back in. They might have the damage jumps to the blue buff. The ult, there's a blue! Even the map is on Cloud9's side. Now for the 4v3 team fight. Kramer gets slow. They're all slowed. Look at the explosions, the kills just keep coming through. And Keen stands no chance. 5v3. The turrets are falling and they can turn simply to the base. And they're doing it here. The backline dies for Kramer, but it is not enough. And Cloud9 2-0 in the series.
(8강에) 어렵게 합류하게 됐는데 8강에서 좀 또 C9을 만나게 됐거든요. C9이 이번 그룹에서 좀 뭐라 해야 될까? 퍼포먼스가 정말 좋았어요. 마지막에 2라운드 때. 그래서 너무 무섭고
We showed up in groups in a big way, and going into quarters, I think this is the best chance NA's ever had. I think you should be really excited about Cloud9.
Cloud9 pass the group of death and qualify for the quarterfinals.
C9은 이제 저희한테 지면 아예 북미시드가 없어지는 건데 그냥 서로 이렇게 사명감을 안고 할 것 같아서 되게 재밌는 경기를 할 것 같아요.
지금까지 진행되었던 롤드컵은 되게 강력한 우승 후보가 있었잖아요. 근데 이번 롤드컵은 많이 다른 것 같아요. 모든 팀이 지금 다 우승권에 있다고 생각하거든요.
I feel like some people are overestimating how close the teams really are. I think that we'll see how close it actually is.
They got a second kill already. ID are going to be wiped off of the map, and Fnatic will take the #1 seed into the quarterfinals.
I believe the gap is closed, and now's the time for us to step up.
Welcome back. It's World's Countdown. A Freak of Freaks and Cloud9 clash in about 12.5 minutes. Yesterday, we saw the importance of sticking to your style, with G2 finding huge success in their 1-3-1. So let's check out how the teams on stage today find their wins, starting with another EU powerhouse in Fnatic.
And we kind of decided to label this team the Boxer, just because of their willingness to throw out a punch for every time they take one. They're a team that gets scrappy, they're a team that gets in the thick of things, and they will match anything that you try to throw at them.
And for me, it's also this aspect of endurance. The fact that they will not only go toe for toe, but even when you push them to that back foot, when Invictus Gaming did get the better of Fnatic, late game, they were still pulling out these clutch plays, you know, Soaz charging into the Baron, trying to save the day for Fnatic. So it's not really over until their Nexus actually goes down.
A lot of grit and willingness to fight out of that squad. They're going up against EDG. Let's talk about them and their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, EDG is very much a double-edged sword. We see the very close games they had against Mad Team, and then we saw them steamroll KT Rolster in another. So they do take a lot of risk. They don't necessarily have the best fight setup, but some of them are so good individually that it is hit or miss on seemingly every occasion.
And if the meta continues to be this really heavy, down and dirty skirmish style, suddenly Edward Gaming don't look so blown out across from Fnatic. You know, there is a chance that if we're going to go blow for blow, that sucker punch can just find them in the right hook from Edward Gaming.
All right, liking their chances a bit when it comes to that stylistic matchup. Let's talk about the first series at hand, though, today. A Freak of Freaks, the last hope for Korea.
I consider this team the controlled, calculated, almost classic Korean style, given that they don't like to try and snowball. They don't like to get down and dirty. They like to sit above the other teams and look down at the mess they're creating, and they pick the right moment to come in and involve themselves in the fight.
That style's dying, though, this World Championship. And a Freak of Freaks, combined kills per minute-wise, 0.4, which is by far the lowest in groups. They have the fewest deaths of teams in group stage, and actually the third fewest kills as well. It does speak to the control. They keep their games very much about turret pushing, fight avoidance, and forcing the other team to take risks.
It's going to be interesting to see then how Cloud9 chooses to interact with that inaction, essentially, as they've been one of our most innovative teams here at the World Championship.
Is it going to be the Zillion? Is it going to be the Hecarim? Is it going to be the Singe? We don't know the depth of Cloud9's champion pool or the depths of their tricks. A lot of credit to Reaper, because it's not just about the 5-man roster on the field, it's about the 6-man roster behind this NA org.
Yeah, and I always say during the NALCS, Reaper is the hardest coach to predict in draft, because it doesn't feel like he actually has that many tendencies. Even when they pull out the Hecarim, they did it in the regional qualifier, then saved it all the way until the last day of the group stage for Licorice. So not only do they have innovative picks, they're fairly innovative in the styles they play, because they do switch them up in between games.
Of course, in a best-of-5, there will be questions raised, as you mentioned, about how deep that pool is, how far down the innovation, whole rabbit hole can they go before they run out of options. Now, Cloud9's journey of innovation was an emotional day for the North American org, as we see in this week's mic check.
I mean, I'd play Danish if it was Danish.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is the stupidest conversation I've ever had.
All right, so...
Look, ready?
Oh, my... Yo, sneak in, Cecil. These guys play like maniacs.
Psychopaths.
What's up, Sneaky?
Can you turn up myself, like my own feedback?
Yeah. 1 second.
Sneaky needs to
not play too
hear how
much.
dumb he
Sneaky
sounds.
hears too many idiots in comms. He's like, oh, finally. I turned myself up. I can hear some smart comms.
And then they have to back out. Let's step up.
Okay.
I'm opting him. I'm opting him.
Okay,
He's
Jonathan.
in. Jarvan's in. Kill Sneaky.
I'm okay.
Onto this.
Justify it.
Look at Gragas. On their AD. I'm ulting on. I have LeBlanc here.
LeBlanc's in here somewhere?
LeBlanc's dead.
Hey, we're just in.
Just in.
Yeah.
AD
Don't
strong.
chase him. Don't
AD
chase him.
strong.
Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Nice job, guys.
Good job.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, taunting here.
Yeah.
Walk camp.
I'm on him. We can probably kill
Fighting
him.
him mid here.
Yeah.
No flash.
Dead.
Nice job.
Nice job.
That's
Yeah, push.
Oh, I
actually
died. Oh my god.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I don't care about your top 9 picks.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Eric's our nice rock up there. Doesn't need a champion.
We can beat RNG next one.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality can do it. We can do it.
Hell yeah.
Sneaky can do it. We can do it.
Hell yeah. Dine's right here.
We need help. We need help.
We need to cover.
Ulting Jensen.
I have wall on him.
I got
Leave
kicked.
no
I got
flash, leave no
kicked.
flash.
Watch Cyan Q.
Hit front.
Hit front.
Kaisa. Ignited. Finish it.
Kill a bear.
Got him.
Oh, we don't have wave.
Lee's here.
I'm just hitting Nexus.
Oh, we can kill them all. We end. We are.
Good job, boys.
Yeah.
Nice shot, boys.
We're gonna need some high energy as well.
Yep.
I'm starting the game. No!
Nice.
Wow. Nice
Nice
energy.
shot, Dennis.
Give me high crime.
All right, go for a confidence one.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
All right, let's go, Eric.
I'm on 5.
Flash, another flash. I'm just running for vision.
I'm alive. I'm I'm on Syndra. I'm on Syndra.
You win, guys. You win.
Syndra's dead.
Yeah. And
Getting the mid wave.
All right, I use multi, but it's fine.
nice shot, guys.
Nice.
What's the draft?
It's gonna be random.
Random draft.
Cloud9 loading up against a Freak of Freaks in not too long, the LCK's last hope in the tournament. I want to talk about this squad because even pre-tournament, they were known as the prep squad, the one that with enough time would come in with a good plan of how to dismantle any team they're going up against. Of course, we've had a truncated amount of time between groups and knockouts this year around, as well as the fact that nothing this year seems to be going as expected.
I know, it feels like the bat signal went off and you're waiting for Genji or SKT, KT rolls to Griffin, someone's gonna save the day, and out rolls Robin with the Afrika Freaks. And the thing is while they're such a disciplined team and they have so much depth to their champion pool, it again goes back to this matchup across from Cloud9 with so many different innovative picks. You know, we say, what more left in the tank for Cloud9? What more is left in the tank for Afrika? How much have they actually been able to change things up?
The thing for Afrika that I'm looking at is their consistency coming into this game, because I think that when you look at how their year has gone, this has been the most successful year in the organization's history. Before this year, it was 5th place, 5th place, 5th place, 5th place. And then with the introduction of Keen, they found themselves in their first ever final. They made it to 3rd place last split. And a lot of that was due to the infrastructure and that they always came in with a plan and they were able to execute upon it. And in the second round robin of Group A is when we started to see a return to form of that kind of Afrika.
And I felt like a lot of that was due to Spirit. You know, after Mowgli got subbed in, Spirit returned for second round robin. He picked up the Nocturne pick across from Flash Wolves, and suddenly it looked like a very different meta read from Afrika.
Yeah, what I am really curious to see in this series is what they've actually adapted in the time off before the quarterfinals, because the difference between first week Afrika and second week Afrika was huge. I actually feel like in first week, they were trying to be adaptive and say, okay, we're going to be able to pull out the Akali in the top lane, you'll split push with that, or we'll do a team fighting comp with Sion, but those failed. And in the consistent day that, you know, they adapted to, they really just went back to their bread and butter, which was a slow controlled game with a late scaling split push top laner, and they 4-1. So the question will be, do they just run that as many times as possible, or do they actually have something new that could surprise Cloud9?
Well, and as we saw yesterday, adaptation within series is just as important as the adaptation between the stages, because you know, we're watching all of a sudden Aatrox go through a pick ban, you know, where it was 100% from, you know, up to that point. And so, again, I'll have questions about Afrika's willingness to make those kind of, you know, in-the-moment adaptations.
And who's going to show up in the moment on the day? Because while Afrika did have a good turnaround from week 2, you know, it was a compressed amount of time. That could have just been that on that day, Afrika were just playing very well, and then they go back to their previous performance of the other 2 days.
Now, on the other side of the matchup, we've got Cloud9. They're looking to continue their Great Worlds run by securing a semi-final spot.
Man, Cloud9, 10th place at one point in the summer split, makes it into play-in, go all the way through play-in, escape the group of death. They make their 5th quarterfinal in 6 years and are now looking for their first semifinal appearance against the last hope from Korea. I love the fact that this is NA's last team against Korea's last team. And if NA wins, they actually outlast Korea at a world championship.
And I do love the combination of rookies and veterans that this squad has developed, because recently we've been seeing a lot more reliance of Svenskeren over Blabber. And while admittedly Blabber didn't have the best play-ins performance, we did see a lot of growth throughout the tournament for him. But now they're relying on Svenskeren, combining him with the rookies of Licorice and Zazel. And you seem to have this mesh of a squad that seems to really know what they're doing when they come into these big games.
You mentioned one of the rookies, but with the game just a few minutes away, I want to go down the map lane by lane and talk about where these teams have found an advantage, as we did just yesterday.
And we went back and forth over this one, but ultimately, based on tournament performance right now, Licorice is the better top laner. And this is huge because Keen was ranked 4 on top 20.
Absolutely. I think so many of these choices are actually incredibly close. The bot lane checks, both going to the Afrika Freaks. I mean, when you look at the group stage statistics, they have had actually much better laning than the C9 bot lane, but that doesn't mean that Zazel won't be able to make plays or Sneaky won't be able to have a clutch late game team fight. These are much closer than the checkmark scorecard we did yesterday between KT and IG.
I think it's really matchup dependent, especially for that bot lane, but I think that something that was actually close was the difference between Jensen and Kuro.
And that's before we even get to the topic of intangibles, right? We've talked about the lanes in their isolation, but there are many things like Cloud9's innovation and/or Afrika's prep that need to be taken into account.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about that, Dash, because one of the big innovations that we see from Cloud9 is this use of the Zilean and the Shen. And I think that it fits very nicely in how they like to play, in the way in which they love to be aggressive, they try to force a lot of fights and skirmishes in the early game, and champions like Zilean in particular give you that extra bit of revival power. You know, they bring you back when things are looking pretty dire. This is a fantastic example against Vitality, where it looks like this fight should have gone in Vitality's way, but again, the use of the Zilean ult really benefits them. The problem is it sometimes compensates for some of the mistakes that we see from Cloud9, where a lot of individual members overstep. They aren't aware of what's going on in the map. And if we just look at this one where Svenskeren is trying to clear out a ward, he should have died here. But because of things like the Zilean ult, these mistakes are compensated for.
So, again, we'll be looking for one, what happens when those things are taken off the table and how does C9 interact? And then has Afrika even identified these things and learned how to play around them or maybe punish C9 for their tendencies? Throughout Worlds 2018, though, we've learned that you should expect the unexpected. And with that in mind, no matter how unlikely upsets may be, or even at this point, the expected may be, I want to see how it translates into today's predictions. So, down the line, starting in our first series, Afrika versus Cloud9. Frosker, and who are you taking?
I don't think Lightning's going to strike 3 times in a row, although who knows. I'm going to go Afrika 3-1, and I just think the adaptation, the turnaround time, the fact that Afrika have a lot of experience with Cloud9, I think that we'll be able to see something crazy in the draft, and we'll go back to that controlled style.
A 3-1 for the LCK. Vedius, what are you thinking?
I'm in agreement with Frosk. 3-1 Afrika. For me, I have to go with what my analytical brain says. I feel like Cloud9 have a little too much over-reliance on some of these specific picks, and I feel like Afrika will come in prepared.
Yeah, that was your first mistake, going with your analytical brain.
Were you watching yesterday? Like G2, IG, I think you have to expect a little bit of unexpected stuff. I'm hoping that this is the year C9 breaks through to semifinals. I'm going to go C9 3-2. They have something new in the bank. Afrika might not be able to play anything but that top lane style with Keen, and if Licorice can match him in the 1v1, Cloud9 can take the series.
Jat says we're going the distance. We'll see if Afrika has anything to say about that, and we'll see which teams deliver for their region as we send it off to Freak, Papa Smithy, and Kobe for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. Welcome to the first series of the day. My name is David Freak Chirley. I'm joined on the far side by Chris Papa Smithy Smith and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler in the middle. The opening ceremony will be coming up very soon to introduce these teams onto stage. After hearing the analyst desk, a bit split who's going to win. What are we thinking today?
That's a tricky one. I imagine we have different allegiances here, but I just want to see a good game. And as the desk is talking about, the adaptation here will be the most interesting thing.
Honestly, I'm just so excited for this series and even just the pick and ban. These are 2 of the most hyped coaching staffs in the entire world. Reaper for Cloud9, and the multiple.
We got 3, baby.
Multiple coaches.
That's
here
what it's all about.
For Afrika. Not quite sure which one's actually on stage, but so much work and preparation has been put in by both of these teams. And as they were talking about on the desk, I am 100% sure that both of these teams have something new. I can't wait to see what it is.
And it's exciting for me as well because it is a lot of the eyes for me on Keen versus Licorice in that top lane matchup. Keen coming in as the #4 player in the world's top 20 list. He was the reason that Afrika went from a 5th place finishing team that could never win a playoff series to a silver medal in spring and a bronze medal in summer, now here at Worlds. Like, this man is incredible. He's played one tank all of Worlds. He's my favorite kind of top laner to watch. He's up against Licorice, though, a year rookie himself, and it's going to be super exciting.
And I love that you mentioned the medals because, of course, Asia Games as well. He was a silver medalist on the Korean national team, was voted in as a Korean national top laner. So a lot of hype for a player that played half of summer season last year. So at the end of the day, not technically a rookie, but his rookie status compared to, say, Licorice, who played all that time in Challenger, pretty much equivalent, and the hype levels are right up there for both.
It's been another one of the great stories this year, the success of all these young players.
And now we introduce them on the stage. Cloud9, of course, as we heard on the analyst desk during the countdown, 5 of 6 times they've gone to Worlds. They have made it into the quarterfinals.
Licorice there, the top laner. Rookie of the split in spring split. All LCS top laner at the end of the year.
And then on the other side, of course, it is the Afrika Freaks. They will be starting with Spirit in game 1. No surprise there. Definitely some veterancy about this lineup. And Kuro, a returning Worlds finalist and Worlds semi-finalist in past years.
So player by player, Licorice there in the top lane, of course, has been truly impressive. You saw the AD give him the nod as the better performing top laner so far this tournament. Of course, his opponent, Keen, truly incredible. You expect for history, Keen would win this matchup, but as we've seen throughout Worlds, performance on the day is what matters more.
And as we've seen in the groups leading up to today, as well as the games today, this morning, is that these solo laner performances have been incredibly important with the way that the current meta has changed.
And it is really fun to see that sometimes role by role you have fun stories like Svenskeren and Spirit having very long candidacies as players, playing in multiple regions as well. In the mid lane, same story there when it comes to experience. Jensen, of course, been around now for multiple years. He still feels like a newer player to me because I remember the days of wanting to see Jensen actually come into professional play. But that's many years ago now, and we have 2 veterans in that mid.
Kuro's been one of my favorite mid laners for a very long time as well. This guy gets almost no resources, yet is the second carry for the team statistically in terms of damage and kills and everything else. He's really, really good.
And he was a big part of when people talk about the flexibility of Afrika Freaks and the different champions. The Vel'Koz coming out super early and being able to play multiple styles for the team.
Kramer, kind of a forgotten Worlds appearance on the Flash Rolls now a few years ago. Played only that single game, NL was preferred in that tournament, but is technically a returning Worlds player next to his mid laner in Kuro.
Another rookie there, Zeyzal, brought onto Cloud9 specifically for his communication, but also showing up with his mechanics.
And Tucson has been playing for an incredibly long time, actually. He's been another one of those players who's been on Afrika for 2 years, spent a long time, an incredible miracle before then, and finally getting some good results for himself here at Worlds. He's definitely a great player.
And even had that gap year as well, so definitely one to look for, though. Runner-up in the spring season MVP rankings.
경기에서는 C9과 아프리카 프릭스에게 큰 응원과 격려의 박수를 부탁드립니다.
Once again, back on stage, players setting up, getting ready to go into this one. Cloud9, the 2nd seed coming into this quarterfinal matchup. I should say lower seed, 2nd place in their group stage. And I think that is the man who needs to show up the most today. Licorice, a rookie this year, has been truly incredible. Mostly a carry-only player, but at Worlds playing a lot of tanks, being hard engaged. He's up against Keen, arguably the best top laner in the world, and that is going to be an incredible matchup to watch for.
Definitely. This is the sort of game where if you argued for that locked cam top lane, it'd be hard to disagree, and yet maybe the game will be about the other 4 parts of the map rather than just about the top. I feel like it'll go hard one way or the other. I don't expect that to evolve. I think there really will be a big emphasis on one or the other.
We definitely need to get into the picks for these two teams because, of course, there have been iconic ones already this year.
Yep.
Zilean is one of the first champions that Cloud9 used to dig themselves out of 10th place in the North American LCS Summer Split.
And Cloud9 have definitely made one thing clear ever since, I believe, the 3rd game of that play-ins final. They have banned Tahm Kench on blue side and red side every game. They don't miss a trick with that here, and they will actually ban the Akali on blue side as well.
Yep, 11 Tahm Kench bans in a row for Cloud9. We'll see if that continues on throughout this series, as I'm really not surprised by almost any of the Afrika bans as well. The Zilean and Nocturne choice bans against Cloud9's preferred playstyle and Jensen's arguably best mid laner, but now my first pick, Aatrox, is allowed for Licorice.
Yeah, and we expect Licorice to hold on to it, even though it's traditionally very flexible between the mid lane. It's almost always gone to Licorice for Cloud9.
And if we don't see a first-round top laner, will we see Keen with one of his homebrew answers to the Aatrox? Usually, it's Cloud9 that has those. Of course, the Hecarim, very famous. Even the Poppy is one they've played. When it comes to Keen, and you think of quintessential Keen champions, the Swift pushers like the Jax, he also loves the Darius, who we haven't seen this tournament. Tricky matchup for the Darius, but given the player, an outside possibility.
It definitely will say a lot about the game plan for Afrika Freaks, depending on which route they go. If they go the Poppy, having that standard tank for the front line, trying to play front to back. But as you say, they very well could go for a more punishing 1v1 and try and win the split.
I would expect to see Keen on a 1v1 champion up in that top lane. Xin Zhao to be locked in for Svenskeren, and Cloud9 have to decide if they want some other high priority champions. Kai'Sa and Xayah, 2 big ones up there. We know one of the support's been taken off the table. That could be an easy pinch for Afrika in the second ban phase.
Want to point to something that's unlikely to come out, but given Afrika's reputation should be thought of. You look at Afrika's draft and say, okay, you're not going to be flexing this Gragas, you've already taken Alistar. Gragas top was meta for a while, going for a very armor-centric build, something like an Iceborne Gauntlet. There is always the outside chance you go for a big fake out here and go for a very late jungler or top laner, depending on the scenario.
The only drawback for Afrika Freaks is that their single game, Freak was mentioning, with the tank, the Scion, was probably their worst game. The worst performance from Keen himself. So maybe they will divert from this route. Second round of ban phase will come in, and the marksman has not been matched. This is huge because Afrika Freaks can dump more bans into Sneaky, who has struggled in the group stage as far as the laning phase does go.
And we've definitely largely seen him just grab Kai'Sa and try to make it work one way or the other. His Kai'Sa win rate is very high. Notably, hasn't taken it in the first round. Afrika Freaks are wanting this game to go long based on how they've played so far at this tournament. Cloud9 might want Kai'Sa as late game insurance, saying, okay, if it's a very low kill, farming early game, showing up with a 3-item Kai'Sa, you feel pretty good.
Well, one of the big things about Cloud9 has been their mid lane here, and you're seeing Afrika ban away some of the blind mids that could be safe, like Ryze, and Cloud9 trying to set up what the counter pick would be with their Galio ban.
Yeah, as far as more mid lane bans come through, we should also go over the possible counters that have already been picked up. Let's explain Cloud9's Braum pick here at the end of Phase 2 in response to the Gragas. The Unbreakable Shield from Braum does a very good job at denying some of the big playmaking from Gragas. You can pop the ultimate in the air to stop that big team fight utility.
And he even holds the feathers back and stops that from the root caller. And given, of course, Sneaky's struggle against Xayah earlier in this tournament against Uzi, anything you can do to help out, very much appreciated.
And this looks like a little Blanc setup for Cloud9 right now with the Galio and Lissandra bans. That's the setup it looks like for me. So does Kuro blind it first, seeing the bans come through, and then make actually Jensen react here? And that's just, I think, a smart reaction to what the bans would be. But no, they give him safe wave clear. Victor, to me, is like the quintessential Kuro champion. put him on a damage mage who can wave clear forever.
Before there was Crown, there was Kuro, who was that big Victor player, but he hasn't really played it recently. LeBlanc can be opted into in this lane as well.
Already starting out with some vintage rocks, Tiger Kuro here showing up on the world stage, and now it is time for Cloud9 to answer with a lane-dominant 80 carry pick for Sneaky himself. Brahmin Lucian classic combination going for early stunts. You can quickly proc the passive and possibly go for those kills early.
And that LeBlanc is being hovered here. So despite the fact that we have had 0 bot lane marksman banned, it is Xayah versus Lucian in the bottom lane. And whoa, that is a Kassadin coming through. So Victor flexing top, Kassadin fighting LeBlanc, and that is Gragas in the jungle.
They got him with the little flash of the LeBlanc there. Bit of a bait, bit of a challenge. And now we're going to see Keen on his mage in the top side can absolutely outrange this Aatrox and harass him.
Come on, Kobe, this bait is master tier on this team. We wondered about the Gragas flex, but no, the Victor is actually the bait. And this is going to try to farm it out, like you mentioned, against the Aatrox.
Huge switch here from Afrika Freaks, as expected. The hidden picks already coming out. So let's see what they do with the double mages, though, because this is going to be very important how their bottom lane does do. If Kramer isn't a factor, then it'll become much more difficult.
And going to Freak's point earlier about what changed this year, bringing in Keen and Licorice coming in, remember that the coaching staff of Afrika changed this year as well. Quintessential 5th place team, Comet joins, Zephyr, the drafting coach of the Korean national team. They both join, and the results go way up, and that is also something that needs to be remembered, and it's being reflected in this first best-of-5 draft.
Well, Victor up in the top lane versus Aatrox. I love pocket pick counter picks. See, Licorice thought he could bring up Hecarim and say, I can beat Aatrox as champion. Victor is the bring up here for Keen, running Klepto, as you would imagine, in a rangeless melee matchup. This is going to be exciting.
I see the big advantage for Victor as I'm going through this matchup in my head. Once, especially, you get the speed boost off of your Q. But you're not going to start out with that. So maybe in the early game, we will have jungler attention up there. We'll see how Cloud9 can actually deal with this wild card, because you need to be ready for things like this in this best-of-5.
Well, here we are on to Summoner's Rift, the last hope of South Korea versus the only hope of North America, as Afrika Freaks are the last remaining South Korean team here at the World Championship. And Cloud9 represent 5 of 6 quarterfinal berths for NA since 2012. And let's see what can come through here as we get ourselves back onto Summoner's Rift for the first match of the day.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Just some insane innovation here, especially on the Afrika side. Like you mentioned, Klepto trades with the Q auto, going to be the big thing for Keen. Usually when you take Kassadin, you drop wave clear, you kind of sack that as something you have. But Victor Xayah, if they are grouped, can actually be fantastic wave clear in and of themselves.
Also, in the early game here, LeBlanc can definitely harass Kassadin. Kassadin gains so much more power as the matchup goes on and closer to that level 6. So we'll see about the early game here, because it is double AP solo laners with an AP jungler. That's one of the things I was cautioning against here with Kramer needing to find success. Otherwise, these solo lanes of Cloud9 can just build early magic resist to protect them from both their laning opponent as well as the enemy jungler. But I think Afrika definitely ready for that. They've got that as part of the planning. Starting bottom side here for Spirit on the Gragas might actually go top side to protect this Victor early, which we kind of expected was the only opening that Cloud9 might try and take.
And to me, that's that cautionary tale of, we can think of, okay, you get the speed boost, the Q trades, Kleptomancy sounds perfect. Very, very gankable top lane champion, and Xin Zhao has that targeted ability to close the distance. No Ghost Power down, but a late ward goes down by King.
And you saw Licorice at the start of the game did not leash. He instead made the wave push. He grouped up the minions and is going to force this wave to push down. So it will be under Licorice's turret, and Keen cannot stop that from happening.
I'm almost very curious as well about the build that Keen decides to go for with this Victor. You can go semi-tank with Victor very easily. You know, getting a shield from Seraphs, or some people even going as far as Frozen Heart. But we'll have to see how it does develop. If he wants to be a full AP threat, or maybe a mid-line mage there and toe the line.
And I'm sure you remember, Kobe, because in the NA solo queue, there was, of course, the first Footwork and Iceborne Gauntlet rush on Victor that was popular for a bit earlier in the year, late last year. It's mid lane.
The flash in the mid lane going for Kuro right away. He can't get away from the chain. Ignite is on, and first blood for Jensen under 3 minutes.
The early game. That's why we caution here for Cloud9. They attacked the Kassadin pre-level 6. Flash is blown from Kuro. He does have teleport, so after this death, he can teleport back out, but Svenskeren might decide to camp that. If I was him, I'd just return to the mid lane. Spirit right now has opted to go topside instead, and the junglers are going to converge.
And they found their first knockup, so Keen has to outplay this one. However, there's a jungler right there. Spirit shows up. TP burning as well. They've traded on a Licorice already in the top lane, and it's now Sven forced to win, but Kuro did not need to finish that TP. He has no lane to farm.
Who actually comes to, I assume, finish off the kill if there was any actual attempt by Xin Zhao. There isn't. He walks down to the mid lane. Not a lot lost there. Nice counter gank from Spirit.
Pretty brazen attempt there from Svenskeren to go immediately from a mid lane gank into a top lane gank, and a great punishment from Afrika now on the bottom side going for a bit of trade.
This keeps happening. This stun goes off on Alistair. Tucson down to about 300 HP, and that is a pretty heavy trade. C9 comes out ahead.
So the top lane now for Afrika Freaks looking very good. Keen even got a fort pot from his Kleptomancy, which gives him much more HP as well as some AD to try and lane with and harass. Spirit now, though, is on the warpath. The junglers will not stop.
This is a very aggressive game. He's going to go right behind. The nice flash pulverize forward. Ignite is on. They're going to keep Sneaky alive for a bit. Nice flash for the body slam. Beautiful play for Spirit, and the kill goes to Tucson.
This game is dead even in gold right now. Both junglers firing away over and over. Now Svenskeren reveals himself on a ward as he was trying to go back to mid lane, but this is big for bottom.
And one of the big reasons you don't expect Spirit to be playing like this, as Zazor wants to freeze up the minions as much as possible, is he still doesn't have a keystone. He hasn't bought. Usually we see 4 cams into backing, buying boots, and having your Predator online. That's 2 successful ganks, one a counter gank, one a proactive gank with no buy.
Ooh, they might be looking at Keen right here. The wave is slowly stacking up, and Svenskeren's going to edge through to block out the minions. The mid lane are coming up as well.
Yep, they know that nobody else can make it from bottom lane in time, so he's showing early here. Keen does have flash. Let's see if he can outplay.
He's going to outplay the 1 versus 3 as Jensen shows up with a little bit of mana here, and the jump is forward. Licorice going to pull aggro and Sven to deal the damage, and the pull back in. Licorice going to drop aggro, a quick kill on the top side. Now Svenskeren's on the board, 2-2.
Cloud9 now overloaded 3 members on the top side of the map as Afrika are trying to reset. They push out bottom side as well, and this should be the first break in the game that we get.
0.4 champion kills per minute. That means on both sides for the Afrika Freaks before this, we already have 4 kills in 5 minutes. This is very much both teams adapting to expectations, I think, that were differing on both sides. Will this last the entire best of 5? That's a little bit harder to see, but for game number 1, action everywhere.
Viewers at home that have been watching the 2018 Worlds will be accustomed to a fairly quick pace increasing over the course of this tournament, and this one, no different. Now, we are getting to the point where Kassadin here, mid lane, Koro, is getting to his level 6 and will be able to actually have some agency. He is down severely in CS because of the teleport that he used topside to try and protect Keen, but that will change over the course of this game.
Keen has been able to pick up his first evolution on that Hex core. Remember, got cheaper in patches recently with 100 gold down early. You want to know about top lane Victor and have some fun in solo queue, here are the runes. Time Warp Tonic and Biscuiteer to get through any sort of trades in lane, and he does go for the mana flow band. So basically those Q auto trades are definitely giving him a whole lot of reward.
And of course he did max Q and evolve Q first, so it is very much about the shield and single target damage, less so the wave clear.
Exactly what we were thinking with the speed boost. Speed's so important in any Aatrox matchup to allow you to try and dodge those Q sweet spots.
And remember, you can actually get the Q movement speed whether you use it on a champion or onto a minion, and you can use it twice in an escape potentially. So a lot of ability there to kite, but doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be any less susceptible to ganks when his flash is down.
Yeah, the shield does also build up and scale with mana, so you mentioned the mana flow band. You can also build into some more mana later, but currently Cloud9 on the bottom half of the map, now turning their eyes towards this blue buff. It'll be a smite fight.
It's going to be a collapse as well, a potential 4v4 as the move goes back and forth. 1 level lead. No, it's going to be picked up right away by Svenskeren. Now back over the wall. This could be a bit of a fight. A stun towards the Alistair. Will they engage on a Tucson? As the blade color's down, they're going to jump right and forward, and the damage is going to be there. Spirit's gonna drop a 1 for 0, and the chase continues. Kuro over the wall. Will they chase? That answer is no, but a Gromp is gonna be picked up as well. Now we watch the top side as Licorice battles for the first time 1v1 against Keen, and look at the damage coming through. The Q is on for cooldown, and so Keen can re-engage without those blades hitting him again.
Both of these top laners saving their ultimates, though. They know that everyone else was revealed on the bottom side of the map, so it's a pure 1v1. Neither of them committing too hard.
And if there is a flash all-in from this Aatrox on one of those Qs, not a lot of base stats behind the Victor. So a lot of mind games around the flash usage between the Aatrox and the Victor.
So we once again settle down for a little bit. An 1,100 gold lead for Cloud9, including a steal on the blue buff. We can watch this 4v4 in the jungle again.
All right, here's the invade. They get the blue buff. Then, after they get the stun onto Tucson, he's down to 50% HP. C9 makes the call to charge in on the 3 members that are separated from Kramer. No damage comes out of Zaya on that because he's across the wall.
I feel like that's the sort of skirmish where if level 6s were up, it is a Freak of Freaks favored, but Alistar can't occupy spaces bot lane.
Low under Kramer has the ult. He's going to dodge away for a little bit, but a jump forward's going to mean the first time the knockup and another kill. 4-2 Cloud9.
Lightning quick pace in this game. Svenskeren has been a monster. Gank after gank after gank, and Cloud9 running the early game now.
The degree of difficulty of disengaging a gank when it's so much targeted CC and auto attacks with a Braum means basically the first CC skill lands, someone dies.
Oh, keep your eyes open though, folks, because Spirit on the Gragas just went
He's
for
not 6! Tucson's really low. This could be a dive and a kill, and he's got him! Sneaky, a solo kill under the turret!
Sneaky Lucian is able to get the 1v1 on the level 5 support. I don't know if Tucson's cooldown on Flash was about to come up. That looked very close.
They're going to look at the mid lane now again. Kuro has Flash this time, gets away from it. Ignite is there. They land the chain. One more auto. That should be it with Ignite. And he takes them down. Solo kills all over the place for Cloud9.
Big moments for Cloud9. This is feeling more and more like a Freak of Freaks in the first 3 games before they got things together. This is not the slow pace they're used to. And in trying to catch up and keep tempo with Cloud9, they're dying left, right, and center.
A Freak of Freaks come out with the planning and the lane swap here for a Victor coming to the top side into the Aatrox matchup, but Cloud9 come out with pure brutality, gank after gank after gank, and they are finding the kills.
And this is the time they need to prosper because scaling-wise, a lot to like about a Freak of Freaks as the game goes on. Specifically the Lucian, the LeBlanc, so strong early to mid-game. Don't necessarily fall away, but you would say a Freak of favored with the Kassadin in the late game, yet. At this point, it's the better part of a 3,000 gold lead for C9.
And in addition, the Kassadin being held to 50 CS at 10 minutes here. That is absolute denial from the mid lane, Jensen, because indeed there was also a mid lane gank at level 2. There was also Kuro then afterwards using his teleport to the top lane. But if you give Jensen an opening like that, over and over, we have seen this player, even on the world stage, absolutely demolish opponents.
And his stats certainly back it up. Second round Robin, those 3-0 into 3-1 scoreline for Cloud9 on the day. His CSD goes up the better part of 16. Gonna go up way more with this game, including that sample size. Cloud9, they're not done.
We're looking at round 2 under the turret right here. They got to slow into Kramer. Kramer does still have his summoners. A big stun to the front line. Trying to back forward. Into the dive they go, but Kramer stays alive, and here comes the teleports as the reinforcements have arrived, and Freak of Freaks gonna push C9 right back out of that one.
See if they get a full retreat here. They have been able to do it. Cloud9 also setting up another counter.
They're gonna find a slow bit onto Spirit, but watch out for the rest of this one. It's still 4 strong, and Afrika could turn the corner. However, it's C9 keeping them stuck inside this turret area.
Yeah, look at the harassment. Chunks in the health bar on a Freak of Freak side, but no answer. All Cloud9 members still healthy, and that will allow them the objective.
They're playing bottom side, controlling that area, and the Kassadin is not battle ready yet, with basically no items. He's only got the Catalyst and a bit of magic resist. So given that, at the top of the map, we were seeing Keen finally out-trade Licorice and keep him a bit more accountable under lane. But definitely bot side, the Drake is free and the turret dives, they will be repeated again and again by Cloud9.
And honestly, it should just be the turret take right now for Cloud9. They have got so much pressure on bottom side that if Freak of Freaks have already swapped their dual lane up to the top side. Licorice, though, could be punished if he goes aggressive now.
Pop his ult to not get one shot, and in fact, he will get the ulti turned off, and He'll revive with about 400, 500 health right there, and staying alive. Nice getting away by Jensen there as Body Slam Flash came through, but did not land the target. That's a great explosive cast, though. Jensen needs the cooldowns back, does get over the wall, stays alive through a flash and an ultimate.
And Jensen holds on to his own flash. Spirit using everything he has in his arsenal there, and yet unable to get any meaningful cooldowns. Top side of Freaka Freaks will answer with a turret of their own, trying to get some gold back for themselves.
Want to wave this one as far as possible. Braum is walking out, but Lucian was still, of course, in the bot lane. So that, yes, as you mentioned, Kobe, given the scenario with ultimates down on Tucson and Kramer.
No local gold.
I think they were afraid of Lucian being there as well.
Yeah.
So half the value of that turret just disappeared. 250 only for that turret kill.
Yep, you have to stay within range of the turret going down. At least one member of the team or the gold just goes into the ground.
All right, let's check in with Keen's item build. He has 2 evolves onto the Hex Core. The Sheen might signal the Ice One Gauntlet we were alluding to earlier. I don't think Trinity Force Victor is coming out of this game, so given that,
could be good too.
Lichbane could be good too, you're right.
Yeah, we'll see what comes through into that one. Either way, though, he's certainly going for the 1v1 focus build. That makes sense for Keen here. He's going to try to kite around through Licorice as he's jumping back forward, but Licorice has a long way to go to get back to his base, and Keen is fast. Forcing the flash over the wall, Licorice having to run away.
Yeah, good use of the speed boost here on display from Keen. Constant harassment with the Sheen procs over and over. That's what they were thinking with this entire setup of Champion Select. But will it be enough to get them back into this game?
It's definitely a tables a turn moment for Licorice because he's usually on the side of the matchup that he knows better. Hecarim into Aatrox is always going to favor the Hecarim player. When you go for this off-meta pick, when you innovate, you always have an experience advantage. So nice to see, even though it hasn't really translated into too much for Keen just yet.
Well, either way, I do really appreciate the mid-game plays of a Freaka Freaks. They were losing in so many of their lanes, especially that bot lane 2-on-2, and they've managed to make turret trade after turret trade, top for bot, now bot for top as well. The question is, though, if mid lane tier 2 gets taken down, then they've maybe bitten off more than they could chew. Another trade on the mid side, forcing a flash away.
Oh.
Otherwise, it was an equal trade of turrets.
Jensen has full run of this lane. Kuro has nowhere safe to go. Sneaky takes down another turret on top side for Cloud9, and the territory for Freaka Freaks continues to shrink.
And it also doesn't really play into what we were expecting the Cassidy last pick, because Cassidy's seen as a containment matchup where you go decent against Elbong. You're not going to win, but your trades are usually pretty good with Q. Has gone way off script. It's an insane lead, 62 CS at 14 minutes.
And countdown to 1, largest CSD at 15 of Worlds this year. This has been the most lopsided mid lane matchup in Farm, and meanwhile Kramer, having to run away, has a blast on for that one, but he brings Sinj out with him. The dive forward, the knockup onto the both of them. That's to be 1 kill picked up, and the stun onto the turret. Tucson will get away.
We have seen some quick games here at Worlds, but Cloud9 are absolutely making a good case for themselves. In game number 1 of this quarterfinal matchup, Zeyzal and Sneaky will be able to get out. Rift Herald has been used. They want to get the last outer turret.
There's no reason to give a Freaka Freaks any lifelines. You want to keep pushing, you want to keep pressuring, ensure this game ends before Cassidy has 200 CS, before Freaka Freaks as a team has 40,000 gold. They're at 22,000 now, and the 1-item, 2-item power spikes are all favored to C9.
Things looking good for the 3rd straight upset in the quarterfinals. Yesterday, both of the lower seeds won their matchup. C9, the lower seed here today of Freaka Freaks, chose red to go for champ select antics. We see that with the Victor top, and though the matchup has looked good for Keen, it's been the bot lane 2-on-2, the jungle matchup, and the mid lane matchup that have been going Cloud9's way here, has looked for more ways to advantage themselves in this mid game.
All right, we need to put ourselves in a Freaka Freaks shoes and try and find a way out of this disastrous early game. First, we'll go through this replay, though, and it's going to be a rough one for Kramer, as he's able to use his ultimate, and they do get the blast cone, getting some distance, but Zeyzal, no hesitation, flash in with Braum to finish off the kill onto the marks.
All summoners are up because there's been no pressure on C9 to use them defensively, can use them offensively for kills. To begin your point though, Kobe, I think what we always talk about in these defensive macro situations where you look at your team and say, okay, right now we're a bit like paper, we're definitely a bit susceptible. We like our scaling, is getting as much of a defensive control ward line as possible and then trying to grow it. Right now, maybe it's too risky to take your Raptors, so you put your control wards a bit more shallow, but as you you find more and more space on the map, you push them up and you try not to give away Baron, which fortunately for Afrika has not spawned yet.
Exactly, another bonus of this pick. Oh, here we go!
That's a huge one. 3v3 in the mid lane, a lot of damage, and Azazel traded back down to Tucson as well. And now here comes the evisceration as it's Svenskeren and forced run away, gets a knock, and Stuck on a kite. He's not going down just yet. They get the trade kill. It's actually Kuro going down 1-for-0 as Sven will not burn down.
Kuro just did no damage at all to the Xin Zhao. His Rod of Ages has to stack. He's nowhere on the map, and Afrika find nothing from a big investment.
That's the problem with this theory. Kassadin can outscale LeBlanc if given equal income, but he has not been allowed any gold in this game. Absolutely held to scraps. And with those scraps, he cannot fight back. Blue buff now under contest.
Ooh, one hit away from stunning Keen. He's not going to hit just yet. Now in comes Jensen, but has to come right back out. That was a potential stun out of Victor. Blue buff steal still happens. Infernal Drake alive, and Svenskeren easily solos that one. And Cloud9 grow their lead to 7,000 plus 2 Drakes.
Yeah, we have seen very clearly here, name of the game has to be defense for Afrika Freaks if they want any hope of coming back in this opening game.
But they keep trying to make a proactive defense by trying to find fights and just don't have the damage behind them to pull it off. A ward at the Gromp is the only siding ward, and Keen has no idea that his life is vacant.
He had a flash, burns it there, and now he's running away, but the knockups are in, so there might not be the way out. The stun's gonna land, pulled right back, and another kill, his third, Svenskeren.
An ominous vision toggle there by the observers. Well done, as it really conveys the story of how scary it is to play from the Afrika Freaks side right now. Cloud9 is a war machine, and they are not on stopping.
And you have to make these kind of poor swaps here for Afrika and say, Keen, you take the risky assignment, at least Kuro will get some farm topside while your life is very much in peril. It feels bad. It definitely doesn't allow Afrika any real movement on the gold numbers, which are still going to be heavily Cloud9 favored. But this game is really now at the point where Afrika are at the whims of Cloud9. And if Cloud9 make the right proactive calls, Afrika don't actually have the weaponry to contest a war.
Well, it's going to take some time for Afrika to come back. Thankfully for them, of course, it is a best of 5. You can drop a game and still come back. We've seen every series so far at Worlds go the full distance here in the quarterfinals, and today might be no different no matter what game 1 may look like. Baron coming up in 23 seconds. That is surely going to be on C9's menu here as they put the wards down in the river.
Completely different story here in the best of 5. Adaptation is so big. The window's still definitely open, and still, C9 do need to close this loop. Baron hasn't even spawned yet. They do have complete control. They should be able to set up the vision in this red quadrant and allow them fairly easy use of this objective. However, you still have to take those steps, especially in a series like this.
Yeah, the defensive setup will continue for Afrika. As we were talking about when it comes to vision lines, it can't even control that Raptor brush at present. Svenskeren in the most advanced brush on top side. You have to be this respectful when Cloud9 have basically won 8 out of 9 early skirmishes, and there have been plenty of early skirmishes. Afrika set up though, and even a catch to relieve pressure will be big, but every time they've attempted that, they've been repelled super well by Cloud9.
The ward's just continually going down. They can't see much more than just the very beginning of the outside of their base as top lane is pushed in. C9 moves back into mid here, trying to push the people away, but there's a headbutt pulverize in, and the fight continues now on the front side in front of tier 2. Ult comes in for Keen as well, and Cloud9 going to disengage, but send a few back forward, and knock down Tucson 1-for-0. Explosive cast brings in, and that's going to be 1 kill picked up, a 1-for-1 so far. The revival coming out soon for Licorice, but it's already Keen dropping as C9 are up 2-1 in this team fight. They can walk right back away easily.
Yeah, the objective doesn't go down. The turret still stands, but Jensen's not done.
He wants to chunk down, and he does! Takes out Kramer, 3-1 in the team fight, and that turret's gonna fall as well.
Individual moments like that are game breakers when this game is really, really in the advantage of C9. Jensen gets the individual outplay to just put that exclamation point on another positive trade for C9.
Jensen has been a player criticized for big moments in the North American LCS, but here in the world stage, we're going to get another look at this play from Cloud9.
Watch the replay here as it goes through. Tucson tries once again to be proactive.